Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is day 68. We've been dealing with some facial comparisons of various people in history, and we found an anomaly that's very unusual. Michael Jackson looks like Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. We're going to need to edit the beginning of this. Why? Why is that, George? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't believe Nancy Pelosi is Michael Jackson, but for some of you, that might be true. And I just showed you a video of a guy who looks just like Elvis Presley, and you said that you need to get your eyes checked. Dude, you need to get your eyes checked. You probably think Nancy Pelosi is Michael Jackson. All right, welcome to the show. Today's Freedom Friday involves something that you don't have much of anymore: freedom. Because you don't want to stand up for your rights, you've succumbed to being enslaved. You might as well say you're hogtied. Yeah. Just tell everybody you can't work, you're afraid to go out because you're worried that something bad's going to happen. And lo and behold, you lost your freedom. How did this happen? And how did we get inundated with unsafe things like this, where our government doesn't even bother checking to see if it's safe? Is it safe? Is it safe? It's not safe. It's unsafe. And because our government doesn't check whether this is safe or this is safe or this is safe, we have a problem. No, I'm not saying Michael Jackson is Nancy Pelosi, nor am I saying that Elvis Presley's alive, although I can provide you compelling evidence that that's true. All I'm saying is that your eyes may be different than my eyes. I don't see a similarity in their faces. Yet I do see a similarity in the faces of the person I just played in the pre-show, a guy named Bob Joyce who looks just like Elvis. And I showed you factual proof, even morphing of their teeth. It's identical. But yet you call me some sort of a whack job, and oh yeah, Dave, you believe Elvis is alive. I do. I actually do. Is that okay? Is it a bad thing I believe Elvis is alive? Are you denying my citizenship? Are you telling me I'm not allowed to speak out because I believe that Elvis is alive? If you listen to the mainstream media, you think that anybody who believes in anything conspiratorial in nature is a whack job. That's what the mainstream media wants you to believe. That's why we're not getting anywhere with our two-party system. We've been forced to believe that they're the only answer, and you're wasting your vote if you have a third party. Whereas if you do think out of the box, you're actually exerting freedom. Say you get in your car and you decide to take a trip when you're not supposed to. Oh, you can certainly take a trip. You have nothing preventing your First Amendment and right to assemble from happening. You can even go visit your friends. They can't stop that. I'm not wearing a wig. This is my actual hair. And you don't like my hair? That's too bad. You see why you're so lost? You think that I'm wearing a wig. You think that Nancy Pelosi is Michael Jackson. And you don't think that Elvis is alive. So you want to take on nonsensical thoughts, yet you want to deny me my rights as a citizen to just share my beliefs. And so many of you are so quick to discount everybody for minor little details like, oh, you're a Republican. Everything you're saying is worthless. Oh, you're a Democrat. Everything you're saying is worthless. Thank you. So in a way, we're dealing with an almost insane stereotyping and generalization problem that our government's allowed us to do. We got to get out of this idea of hating somebody because they're Republican or hating somebody because they're Democrat. I can understand why a lot of Republicans voted for Donald Trump. He has great ideas. My ideas were stolen from Donald Trump, and I can prove it. My ideas, the ones that Trump took, like the 1,000-mile fence he called a wall, would have been built by now. I never would have shut down the economy. And you Trump supporters, you're like still believing Trump is in no way responsible for this when he himself said, I shut it down. They told me to shut it down, so I shut it down. Who would shut down an economy of our nature, of our size, and what proof is there that that's actually working? And now that the Imperial College model has been thrown out the door, and the man who created it has been, he literally had to resign in shame for having violated his own laws and rules and said he was totally wrong. We haven't changed our plan that was based on the Imperial College model. And Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx are still wanting to get into the second wave and keep this thing shut down. Donald Trump, if anybody should be fired, it should be Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx. Why did you wait? You fired 47 people so far, yet you can't fire Fauci, Birx, and Rick Bright, who's clearly working for the vaccine industry, which is driving this pandemic. And here we have these questions still. As long as we've got questions about this, we're not free in any way. I mean, you see the 5G network, that could be turned into a weapon. A vaccine could be a weapon, like it killed 100 million people in 1918 when the Rockefellers contaminated it. An RFID chip could be a weapon too. They could zap you from a remote location with an RFID chip in you. So these are huge questions you Republicans and Democrats are not answering. I could add a couple things to that list too. GMOs, yeah. Pesticides. Roundup. Let's just keep the list going. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you people are not asking questions about. And Donald Trump will never answer any of these questions because you don't have the questions. You Republicans refuse to ask questions about this, and you Democrats refuse to ask questions about this. You just go along with whatever your party tells you to think. Yes, there's a video of a passenger plane crashing in Karachi. This video is taken from a balcony, and what is troublesome about this video, and you'll see it, why would these people have their camera in their hand looking out the window when this plane flies by? Now you can clearly see in the background the plane is going to be crashing. Watch this. What I don't understand is why there's camera movement and why does this appear to be a handheld camera? Now, if that is just a standard CCTV camera, it must be recording continuously, not motion detected, because no way it could see the motion from that from a distance. So I'm not sure why they would photograph it, but that is the plane crashing. 2 people survived? Wow, that's good. And who puts a CCTV camera on their rooftop? It just seems like, why would they be photographing it at that particular time? I'm sorry, I can't do a Bangladesh. No, I can't do it. Anyone can do a Trump impression. Hertz shares have plummeted more than 50% after Dow Jones reports the company is preparing a bankruptcy filing for as soon as tonight. Hertz is now on the skids. Someone is pointing at the screen, a camera. Oh, okay. So somebody's watching a television screen of a video. Okay, I believe that. All right, now that makes sense. And somebody just had a constant feed going on top of their rooftop. It's possible. Okay, thanks for explaining it, Scissorfight. Appreciate it. So Hertz is now preparing for bankruptcy. Donald Trump is killing our economy, and you Republicans are going, it's not Donald's fault, it's the governor's fault. No, it's Donald's fault for not telling the governors that the Constitution is being violated at every state level. Look at that. Jeez. That's a huge drop. Well, their sales have really hit the skids, and this is a big company. You know, renting cars in a time like this must be a nightmare. Even Uber is thinking of closing. So Donald Trump is simply destroying our economy by not opening it up. And you Republicans continue to say, it's not his fault, it's the governor's. It's the governor's. No, it's his fault. Now, Dow Jones was a big, huge money grab day for a lot of rich people. It was up and down the bunny trail, and a lot of people took losses. People are trying to get out of the market and then get into the market and get out of the market and get into the market and get out of the market, and it went back up again. So it went down 8.96 points today, but it still was a very big money grab for a lot of people. I talked to one guy trading this morning. He said he was busy all morning long. Well, Kim Jong-un is not necessarily a big issue anymore. He hasn't been seen publicly since he died. Yet this is the only thing we've heard from is Dennis Rodman on the Kim Jong-un issue. As you know, he fostered a wonderful relationship and enjoyed his time at. We are in a no-win situation because Trump has put us there. All he has to do is say, okay, we can get back to normal now. But Trump can't seem to do that. Thank you for donating. Somebody's stealing my stuff. People are stealing my stuff all the time. Yeah, he does that. This guy's a big mouth. Fauci said staying closed for too long could cause irreparable damage, but I'll play his stuff later. Yeah, I'm just not interested in playing him right now. So here, Kim Jong-un is hanging out with Dennis Rodman. So Dennis Rodman wrote a note today saying that if this woman starts appearing in the news, Kim Yo-jong, Kim Jong-un's sister, if she starts making appearances, then we know that Kim Jong-un has died. That's what Dennis Rodman pretty much said in this article. He reveals Kim Jong-un's clue that indicates something is wrong. Now, would we have to refer to a guy who's heavily tattooed up, who's a basketball star, the all-time rebound guy for the NBA? We know something's wrong. But he said that if she appears soon in the news, then we know that Kim Jong-un is gone. He has died. Well, we pretty much know that if she does appear in the news, we won't ever have to worry about the imposter anymore pretending to be Kim Jong-un. Meanwhile, more stories keep generating about Prince Andrew. It's getting worse for him. He can't go anywhere. He's got massive debt. His scandal continually follows him around. Because he seems to have lied about what he did with Virginia Giuffre Roberts, it just doesn't get better for the Queen's chosen son. I'm sure the Queen would have rather had Andrew as the heir of her estate. Instead, she still has to choose Charles and Camilla. But his work has dried up. His friends have dropped him. He's dodging questions by the FBI and can't pay his debts. Now a new book and Netflix show will shame Prince Andrew further. Well, I guess he created his problem. He has to deal with it. The Queen is not going to let her favorite son starve, but I don't think he's going to be able to ever show his face publicly again. That's because he's already on a flight to Little St. James Island, where they will take a bump boat to Big St. James Island. That's right. He's back at the island. Yeah. He's on his way there now. And he's meeting Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think I'm some sort of a weirdo or a whack job for believing that Jeffrey Epstein is alive? Well, all you have to do is go to my Flipboard link at Cool Rock, and you can find out for yourself. CoolRock.com is my site I've loaded all my links on. And if you go to CoolRock.com, you can actually see the show as well. You can get our America's Third Party site, which has our poster. Join the voter revolt. You can print it up in black and white or color on your printer and put it in the back window of your car, your left side of your car. It's a great way to promote us. But if you go down here, this new link right here, Flipboard links, will take you to the massive library we have of Flipboard links. And in there, I've got the Epstein library right here. Click on that. And you will see pictures of Epstein alive. A lady or someone has seen, yeah, look at that. They've spotted him in Puerto Vallarta. This is Epstein. Now, our government won't talk about it, but if you want to check out those links, that's how you can do it. He's been spotted alive, and these photographs are legitimate. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. Well, you should feel like an American. Well, yeah, Scissor Fight's been banning a lot of people who just keep coming in as trolls. The more you guys troll, the more you're going to get banned. So if you are worried about getting banned, just stop trolling the show, man. You can be a normal person. A lot of people started as trolls here, and they adapted, and they started acting normal, and pretty soon they got to stay in the room, and they're never banned again. The reason why you're getting banned is because you keep trolling the room, thinking it's funny. But yeah, this is a real possibility that Jeffrey Epstein got out alive. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein had assistants. They say one of the anonymous posts on 4chan, the day that Epstein claimed he died, that morning, an anonymous post appeared on 4chan in which they said that he, in fact, was alive and was taken out of the building. Yeah. Well, it turns out that James Comey's daughter was the one that actually lost the videotape of that exit. That's pretty messed up. And Jeffrey Epstein pulled an El Chapo, yeah. They switched the bodies out. So James Comey's daughter is now in question. But the weird thing about this is the story, if you look for it online, it's gone. It's popped up here and there, but they get rid of the story every time it pops up that she was the one, the prosecutor, that got rid of the tape of Jeffrey Epstein's exit strategy. So what are they covering up? And isn't it ironic that her dad gave Donald Trump a massive amount of cover and gave him the win? People say, oh yeah, Donald won because he was more appealing than Hillary. No, actually Hillary had more votes in the popular vote. Donald Trump won because James Comey called Hillary out as a criminal 11 days before the election. That was the most crucial aspect of the rigging of the election. So in a way, James Comey did the deep state work to put Donald Trump in power. And now you Q-tards keep believing that Donald Trump's going to stop the deep state. It's so sad. And he already said, I didn't want Hillary to win either. Don't get me wrong. But Donald Trump pretty much already said he's not going to investigate Joe Biden or Barack Obama. And your Obamacate story that you Q-tards have been spinning is landing flat on its face. Now, we've got a lot of prosecutions to do. As you probably know, Andrew Cuomo has clearly committed a felony by telling everyone he's not going to investigate any elder sides, any people being murdered in New York over the past 3 months. When we know that Andrew Cuomo padded the statistics, yeah, it's pretty messed up. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, about how the padding of the statistics was going down. Gateway Pundit has a, let's see if I can find it here. Been a pretty busy day. Here we go. Check this out. Andrew Cuomo, who won't even investigate Elderside, tried to remove a document from his website recently. Gateway Pundit grabbed it. And the document reveals that Andrew Cuomo purposely put coronavirus patients who are in full bloom with all their dangerous infectious disease, he purposely put them in nursing homes around the most vulnerable people. That's right. Andrew Cuomo sent all of these by order of Andrew Cuomo right here, Department of Health. He ordered all of these people, leading to the death of thousands of coronavirus people in the state. He took anyone infected and pulled them out of the hospital and put them in nursing homes around vulnerable people. This is serious. This is a felony as well. So not only did he commit a felony saying he's not going to investigate any crimes of murder in his state, but he's also committed a felony by assisting the death of countless people by putting infected people in nursing homes. This is serious, folks. This is like right in your face, and he tried to hide it by pulling that off the site, which is very disturbing. Mm-hmm. Trump wore a presidential mask today, or a couple days ago. It was his first big effort, and this is after about 65 days he finally put a mask on, and then he took it off later. But now we're finding out that masks don't work. Masks do not work now. Hey Jimmy, you're going to be out of here. Yeah, we're going to pull you out of here. You don't belong here. See, Jimmy's a troll that can't really figure it out. What we're trying to do, Princess Fiona, if you want to do something normal, talk about politics, and you won't get kicked, okay? Yeah, are they ever going to stock masks? I can't find masks in my area. Luckily, I have a couple of N95 masks, but seriously? Okay, Joe Biden made a few weird statements. Today, he made a statement that's kind of out of his mind. I mean, he's clearly demented. The Democrats have put all their faith in a guy who's losing it. They say he has galloping dementia. Watch what he said today on a show.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden. Look at my record.
What did you say?
I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Now, the first thing you got to do is decide who you're running against. And if you can't find out you're running against yourself, you got a problem. Ironically, he's right. He will beat himself if he keeps talking like this. He will beat Joe Biden.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
All right. So poor Joe can't put anything together. And he's also on record saying another weird thing as well. Check this out.
Okay.
I'm in trouble.
Listen, you got to come see us when you come to New York, VP Biden.
I will.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the...
And you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with...
For me or Trump, and you ain't black.
You ain't black. So he's telling a black guy he ain't black. I don't know, man. You want to go back to the other thing, Joe Biden? Let's see if that was doctored. Yeah. I'll zoom in on his lips. I don't blame you for being worried if this is doctored. Let's take a look. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt here.
And that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
I'm zooming in on his lips. Hang on.
And that I'm going to beat Joe Biden. Look at my record. Joe Biden. Look at my record. And that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
I don't know. It looks like it's been doctored. Yeah. It does look a little doctored. You know, I'm running against a couple people. I'm already trying to come out. You've got to understand, guys, unless you talk about me to a hell of a lot more people, I'm not going to come out of anywhere. Yeah, I've been censored for 12 years. Not one mention of me in the mainstream media, except for a swatting incident, which wasn't really a good mention. Oh, I could beat both of them, but I have had no representation. That's my point. You have no idea how difficult it is to realize that you're not free in a country that claims to be free and democratic. It looked out of sync a little bit. I don't trust that video, and I'm not going to denigrate Joe on that level. I can look at all kinds of other things to denigrate him with, okay? Let's take a look at this magical number 33 that keeps popping up all over the place. Yeah, some people believe that this holo hoax, or excuse me, I didn't mean a holo hoax, these corona hoax, yeah, because I don't believe in a holo hoax. I believe the Holocaust happened. The corona hoax is all based on this number of 33 that keeps popping up everywhere.
when you wear your pin, it shows that you appreciate the healthcare and the frontline workers. It shows that you did your part to help stop the spread of this virus. Now listen, this is a small way for you to say thank you. This is say, when you wear your pin, it shows
Only 33% off. That's right. This pin, I stayed at home, will make you feel proud. All your friends will say, wow, you stayed at home. Yeah, so many people are a little bit shocked that I have such great hair, and they're coming in the room jealous. Now, I can't help you. I'm so sorry. I know. Well, I am a young guy. I'm not an Aryan youth guy, though. You know that I'm only 60 years old, right? Yeah, I've got at least 500 or 600 years left. My mainframe is absolutely impeccable. I clean it every day. In fact, most of my primary drive is 100% defragmented. Oh, say, can you see? Joe Biden sat down with Stephen Colbert and had a little chit chat. Let's take a look and listen in on what they were talking about. Did you remember going to the Alzheimer's clinic, Mr. Biden?
Like it was a time to perhaps move on and heal the country, especially in a time of economic crisis like that. Would the Trump administration be investigated for some of their behavior? Because there are some flagrantly corrupt actions being taken by the Trump administration. Can you say now that you would be open to investigation of the people who have danced with the law, if not proven to be broken it?
Look, number one, I will appoint an inspector general to take a look at where every single dollar in the stimulus package
that I have a record.
and whatever recovery occurs, if it does, between now and January. Because if there was, I think there's too many cozy relationships out there.
Well, are you going to prosecute any of Donald Trump's behavior?
You have a private jet company that supported the president getting, I don't know, 53 million, whatever it is, dollars they don't deserve. You had a major hotel chain getting a similar amount of money that they finally gave back because now, in fact, it's been exposed and they have to give it back.
Are you going to prosecute him with the Justice Department? And get this answer. It's kind of like Donald Trump's answer, where Donald Trump doesn't want to, anyway ask Justice William Barr, or rather Attorney General William Barr, to prosecute. Donald said he doesn't want to prosecute Joe or Barack Obama. Now Joe's saying the same thing.
He's fired basically every inspector general. That is the so-called IG is supposed to be and is totally nonpartisan and oversees whether or not there's any misappropriation of anything or anything done illegal relative to a particular agency. So that's what I would do. But in terms of having the Justice Department go look at an individual or whatever, the Justice Department is not my lawyer. They've turned this Justice Department to turn into the president's private lawyer. He is she is the people's lawyer. The people's lawyer, not answerable to the president saying, I want you to investigate so-and-so.
That's just not true. The president can direct an investigation at any time and order the Justice Department to investigate it. Obviously, Donald Trump could have easily said, well, I want you to investigate Hillary Clinton. And Jeff Sessions could have said, sure, okay. But instead, Donald Trump turned to Jeff Sessions and said, I want loyalty. And I want you to make sure that no one investigates the Russian thing, which was illegal. You can't tell an attorney general to do that. That's why Attorney General Jeff Sessions recused himself. But ironically, William Barr is not even willing to admit that he politicized the office when he simply threw out the Mueller report. That politicized the office. So ironically, now Biden and Trump are now saying that it's not their position to tell the Justice Department what to do. That's just not true. Yeah, we have seen no major bans here right now except for a couple. So the people that got banned in our room are the ones that are upset. So clearly Joe Biden is kind of milquetoasty like Donald Trump is. Another reason to hate the two-party system. Listen to this.
I want you to investigate such and such. You can lay out, and I will lay out broad assertions about, take a look at the antitrust laws. Are they being applied? Take a look at the following things. But the idea of saying, I want you to go take a look at, I don't know, I'm not going to name, but somebody in the administration.
Pompeo, let's say. Just pick a name out of a hat.
Pompeo, yeah.
There's a couple I could pick.
Pick Podesta. John Colbert's close friend, Podesta.
But that's not what I'll do. That will be for the professionals in the Justice Department to make a judgment whether or not there is reason to believe a crime or an ethical violation has taken place, not me.
That's just not true. Again, it's the president's decision to do whatever he wants to do. And the president can't prosecute, but the president can investigate. The president is the executive branch, and he can execute an order. I banned the guy. Yeah. Okay, we're going to reboot. Hold on a second. Okay, for the record, what I'm doing is I'm switching VPNs because our show is being what is called DDoSed. Distributed denial of service, when our signal gets shut down because it's getting too much activity. We're going to bring it up in just a second. They're not getting their way. They want to be unbanned all. That's why they're not happy. Okay, everyone, refresh. We should be back up. Here's a better clip of Joe Biden. Yeah, I would have liked to ask him to investigate John Podesta and tell Joel, Colbert that his friend Podesta should be looked at too. I haven't given up on Pizzagate. I'm still looking into that. Absolutely. And you QAnoners, I will investigate the laptop of Anthony Weiner, the one the New York PD is suppressing. We'll find out what happened to those men that looked at that footage and then killed themselves too. So you're going to get answers, whereas your belief mindlessly that John F. Kennedy Jr. is going to come to life and Donald Trump is going to somehow stop the deep state, you're going to have to stop that mindless fantasy thinking that you're doing. They're saying all along on the Q networks that it's coming, it's coming. No, it's here, and we're doing it right now. Yes. We're only doing what we have to deal with a tremendous attack on a daily basis. Now, mind you, there are people in our show that are paid heavily to attack us. That's just a reality. We're dealing with that every day. Our show at DLive was thank you, Add the One. I hope you're doing well too. Our show at DLive was attacked as well, and we have I'm pretty much shadow banned over at our daily show over at. Somebody said we're at a low with all the stuff I broadcast. Nope, quite the opposite. You've been reported. The people that come into our show are being, I get shadow banned all the time. I only see one person over there. But I get seen by over 100 people over at Periscope every night. Oh, I will unban all. I really will. But right now, we're dealing with a lot of attacks, so thank you for the worldwide support. Appreciate it. Now we're beginning to process a lot of things that are just not adding up, especially about this attack on our country. Yeah. And the people that are involved, like Bill Gates, in the attack, the vaccine pretty much is driving the pandemic. They're all following the protocol that Bill Gates laid out, and I'm wondering why Donald Trump won't out Bill Gates. Look at him. He's standing with a guy who handles all of his he has an advisor whose name is Boris Nikolic, currently the advisor, Boris Nikolic, for Bill Gates, it was also the guy that handled the suspicious will of Jeffrey Epstein. What's this guy doing there? And where? I want to know more about Boris and his relationship to the Russians, because you're beginning to see the backbone of the New World Order here, the Russian, Chinese, U.S. oligarch connections. All of that is the backbone of the plan that they're deploying against us right now to take over our country. Biden says, okay, fine, I shouldn't have been so cavalier in what I said about black voters. Well, how many times are we going to listen to Joe Biden put his foot in his mouth and make statements that just get him in trouble? Let's take a look at this other clip, which is a closer up view of his mouth. Let's see what he says here.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Okay. I think that's definitely accurate. If you keep saying that, yeah, that is, he really did say that. You can read his lips. Now let's close in on the lips. Read my lips. No new taxes. Let's go ahead and say that. Let's close in. It's synced now. Everything's synced. Thanks, Scissor Fight, for getting this up.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
Okay. He really did say it, and that means that he's going to beat himself. He did say beat, yeah. So he is going to pretty much ruin his chances of beating Donald Trump, meaning, folks, you're going to have to come up with a better candidate. And I know I'm a little bit biased because I obviously believe that I'm the best guy out there, and I've got the best solutions to unite the country. Yeah. So, thank you. If you wonder if Trump is going to pull it together, Trump's got dementia too. Trump not only hasn't won the show or won the race, he's actually had no competition. Because I've been censored for the past 12 years, they won't even let me in the race to unite the country. Because the Democrats, Republicans feel so threatened by a third party. That's just a fact, Jack. And I don't need to go into a long dissertation about it. We know that that's what they're worried about. We know that that's what they've been concerned about all along. Hi, Sarah. I'm going to go ahead and give the show over to Sarah so I can make a little dinner. Excuse me. I'm going to record that video later. Grab it. Okay. Okay, we're going to just kind of take a little break from the nonsense of the world of Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Just a break.
Yeah.
Take a break. It's Sarah time.
It's Sarah time.
Time to just relax. Oh, I have to change the day to 68, right?
Yeah.
Can it? Do
68.
I? Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I have to go to text. 68. Okay. All right. Hello. How are you all? Oh, do you think he is Trump? Is that why he has that avatar? I wonder. I'm already online. Click here to enter this room. All the news of TV is some brainwashing stuff. So what do you guys think of that John Krasinski's Some Good News? I guess he got picked up by, I don't know, one of those stations. I can't really know. Can Sarah not make dinner? Correct. Sarah does not cook. Sarah cannot make dinner. No. I just haven't had to, so I don't, which I think is good. Yeah. Hi, Add the One. Yeah, we're doing well. I do try to avoid the news. Grape soda, I agree. Like, try to avoid the news whenever possible. While David's looking at his Flipboard, and man. I suppose, I mean, I'm a believer that I'm capable of anything, but I don't like to cook, so I don't. I know I do have some gray hair. You're correct, Drag King. I'm getting older. I've got to hide it with some dye or something, because I'm an old lady now. I could go this way, but it doesn't matter any way I go. I look like an old lady because I am an old lady. I'm wise. That's what I would say. I'm a wise old lady. Thank you, Princess Fiona. Thank you. 1600 says, guess 1600 says, don't hide nature. Your hair is perfect. I do have some little bits of gray there too, but it's all right. I don't mind being a little gray. Even though I do know that when women dye their hair, it just makes them look younger. My cheeks are starting to fall too. Is that what you're saying? No, just kidding. It doesn't matter. That's okay. I'll try to smile, so I'll lift my cheeks. Actually, you guys didn't say anything about my cheeks. Personal finance in the age of coronavirus. Let's see what it says here. Some say Americans use their $1,200 stimulus check to splurge at Walmart, Target, and Best Buy. They're skipping their credit card and car payments, even though they have $1,200 that they could use it for that on credit card and car payments. The COVID-19 may make a universal basic income more palatable. More people could say, yeah, I could stay home and just get a universal basic income. I don't need to work. But I love working. I love especially working from home. But it's more like teaching from home is totally my jam. I have people share their screens. I'm teaching 7 and 8 year olds how to share your screen now. Does that make sense to you? It's pretty amazing that I'm like realizing, yeah, my jam, my good thing, the thing I like to do. Wait, what? There's a Breitbart article that says Detroit has 30,000 more registered voters than citizens of legal voting age. How can that be? Eric Eggers says. Government Accountability Institute Research Director. Why? That's, oh yes, it's true. I should be way over here. There you go. Research director Eric Eggers, author of Fraud, How the Left Plans to Steal the Next Election, says the city of Detroit, Michigan has at least 30,000 more registered voters on their voter rolls than citizens even eligible to vote. Who'd have thought? Yeah. This week's Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson announced that the state would send absentee ballot applications, not the actual absentee ballots, to 7.7 million voters. In response, President Trump threatened to withhold funding from the state. They're spending all that money on postage. Why not just send out the absentee ballots? Anyway, in an exclusive interview with SiriusXM's Patriots Breitbart News Tonight, Edgar said ineligible voters could end up receiving mail-in ballots because Detroit's voter rolls have at least 30,000 more registered voters on them than citizens who are eligible to vote. He said, of course, we want people to be able to vote without imperiling their own health, but it's the problems with the voter rolls. The fact remains that many of the voter rolls in the country, 1 in 8, according to the Supreme Court, 24 million voter registrations are wrong or partially inaccurate. In the city of Detroit, according to a lawsuit filed just last year, the city of Detroit itself has 30,000 more registered voters than citizens of legal voting age. How? How do they know that? Trump won Michigan by less than 11,000 votes in 2016. Huh. It claims Detroit has more than 2,500 dead people on its voter rolls. So a lawsuit was filed by Public Interest Legal Foundation. I froze. Do I always freeze or did I seriously freeze? Okay. Anyway, recent data has not shown a compelling public health justification for mail-in voting. $52 of more than 400,000 people contracted coronavirus after participating as a voter or poll worker. None of the cases were fatal in Wisconsin. I saw the headline about Biden telling him if a black person doesn't vote for him, then he's not a real black person. What? What? So left-rated voices have cited the pandemic's financial consequences as a reason to develop a universal basic income. Right-rated outlets are focusing on the more purported wastefulness of federal stimulus plans and other finance-related virus legislation. They bought electronics, clothes and toys, apparel, televisions, video games, sporting goods, and toys. Even though they're skipping their credit card and car payments. $15 million credit cards in financial hardship programs, deferral programs that let borrowers temporarily stop making payments. Wow. 3% of the credit card accounts the company tracks. 3 million auto loans were in these hardship programs. 3.5% of auto loans. I wish we had a third-party candidate. Oh yeah, we do. David Sponheim. I have to subscribe. $98 a year or $1 for 4 weeks. Wait, wouldn't that be like support journalism? Yes, just like the Republicans defend Trump, the liberals, the Democrats would be defending Biden. Oh, great. It's just ridiculous on both sides. The U.S. mortgage finance system could collapse. Post-corona crisis, here we go. Should we go cashless? Like Amazon wants us to do? No. David's plan is basically like a universal basic income, but a lot lower. It wouldn't be the $1,200 that it would be. David would like to see $500 a month for people. Yeah, $500 a month. Should colleges give students refunds over the coronavirus? Because college students don't want to pay tuition for Zoom University. And David would say, only if it's made with organic, non-GMO bread, that's the way he would do it. This was way back in March. SL site is just not up to date very much. That's a problem with them. They have news articles, but they don't. I'm not closing David's tabs. I was just closing the 3 tabs that I opened. The coronavirus may still be spreading at epidemic rates in 24 states in the South and Midwest, according to new research that highlights the risk of a second wave of infections in places that reopen too quickly or without sufficient precautions. This is the Imperial College thing that a lot of people don't like. Researchers at Imperial College London created a model that incorporates cell phone data showing that people sharply reduced their movements after stay-at-home orders were broadly imposed in March, with restrictions now easing and mobility increasing with the approach of Memorial Day and the unofficial start of summer. The researchers developed an estimate of viral spread as of May 17th. I don't know as far as Mad Dog goes, maybe. Some states have had little viral spread or crushed the curve to a great degree, and some have and have some wiggle room to reopen their economies without generating a new epidemic level surge in cases. Others are nowhere near containing the virus. The model, though, has not been peer-reviewed. Samir Bhatt is a senior lecturer in geostatistics at Imperial College. So the list is Texas, Arizona, Illinois, Colorado, Ohio, Minnesota, Indiana, Iowa, Alabama, Wisconsin. Okay. Oh, it's on the site. I shouldn't rest my hand on my face. I do, but I shouldn't. Actually, I probably do need a steak dinner. They want New Haven, Connecticut to have a biotech and life science research in Connecticut. In New Haven? Like, gee, don't you remember what happened in Wuhan? No. I don't think New Haven's the best place to build a biotech place. I mean, maybe out in the, out in the rural parts of Connecticut, but not New Haven. Undercover agents are enforcing rules in Ohio. I don't want to unban him. I'm tired of him, misanthropy. I mean, true, he has nowhere else to go. I should feel sorry for him, but Uh. They're worried about Los Angeles. Maybe you can convince David to unban him. He's the one I banned. Like most people, I just mute or purge, but Pirate, I just got so tired of him. Just, ugh. Los Angeles County's death toll rose on Thursday to 2,021. 2,000 deaths. Michael Reagan sent you a 2021 calendar today, pictures of Reagan thanking you for your work with his father during the 1980s. That's good. In the fall, we haven't totally heard. I think we'll know more in June, which is next week. So I think they have another week or so to decide. But I think they have outlined some possibilities, and they said it's very unlikely that we will be teaching full time with all the kids as we were. So there's like some different blended models as a possibility. They're not totally sure, but it could be like half and half. A friend of mine said it would be kind of cool if they did like year-round school, but you know, that means something different with teachers. But I've heard a model of like kids going to school 2 days a week, and then some states have announced that, or 2.5 days a week. I'm not totally sure. And then doing the other 2.5 days online. They definitely have said at our district that they are creating a K-12 virtual academy, they're calling it, which is like an online school. I'm not sure if they need help with that. I don't know. But they're doing that maybe through the homeschool so that they could be like, we have a program called Home Connection. So our district works with parents who are choosing to homeschool their kids. Yeah. It is, I mean, I understand why some of them thought that it would be so send the patients with COVID to nursing homes because they have the full-time nursing staff that can help them. But then nursing homes are the places where the most vulnerable patients are.
Yeah, I really have to train myself to come in this way, you know. avoiding
yeah.
the radiation near the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I suppose we could Ethernet the whole thing, but I think it's fine. We need Wi-Fi. It's essential.
I need Wi-Fi.
I know, it's essential. I don't see how we can get by without it. I know a lot of people have Etherneted their homes, and
Okay, here's David.
thank you. And your dinner's ready. Have all the spinach you want. In fact, have all the spinach. And finish the tuna fish if you want to. And there's a piece of pizza. Thank you. Enjoy. Everything should be hot or cold. So yeah, this plane landed, and for some reason this camera grabbed it, and somebody was taking a picture of the screen of the camera. And they probably said, "Oh, we have a picture of it in our back camera. We have a constant video feed over there." That's probably what happened. It's a severe seasonal influenza, 0.1%. So a lot of you people who've been overreacting need to kind of toggle back a little bit, because these people want to take away your rights, and that's not a good thing. So I'm looking out for you. Yeah. Bring back the USA, United States of America. Bring it back, everybody. Yeah, so maybe day 69 will be my my ending day here. Yeah, maybe tomorrow will be our last 14-hour thing, and we'll go back to our regular schedule of 5 p.m. But I think I'd do a show every day, though. I would include the Sunday show. Yeah. So we're pulling down off the 14-hour just as a phase 1 ending, and going back to the lockdown ends this weekend, right? So I don't think we really had a big blowout. I think a lot of you who are concerned are listening to statistics that are just not adding up. The live coronavirus stats, you've got to multiply that by 20% to get the real number, because the COVID test itself is inaccurate. It's 80% inaccurate, and it was never designed to be used for viruses like this. The COVID-19 test is a mere extrapolation of information. It's like a random sample is taken from inside of the back of your head, which is way back there. It's really a horrible experience, I'm sure. And you're not getting accurate results. So 80% of the number that you're seeing here is inaccurate. So the only accurate amount, we've got about 100, or rather 1 million cases, I would say, 20%, 1.2, about 1 million, 1.5 million cases. And as far as deaths are concerned, no more than 120,000 deaths overall, worldwide. And the U.S., I would put that number at about 36,000. I'd put that number at only about 7,000 people have died of COVID, which is no different than a standard flu. Yeah, so just multiply by 20%, and that'll solve the problem, because the statisticians in our government don't want to tell you that, because if they told you that the PCR test is inaccurate, we would all be worried and fearful like many of you are right now. I'm voting for myself. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the Democrats are going to pick me for the upcoming election. They know I can beat Trump. He's the guy that stole my ideas. I need retribution. Oh yeah, Biden he's got galloping dementia. He's voting against himself right now. I don't know how it happens, but a guy gets to his age and he says that, he's calling black people, they're not black. I mean, what?
I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact I want something for my community. I would love to see.
Take a look at my record, man. I extended the voting rights 25 years.
Yeah. Jim Carrey wasn't doing very well either. He had this little thing to say.
Obamagate. It's been going on for a long time. It's been going on from before I even got elected, and it's a disgrace that it happened. And
Okay, let me bring him in. Hang on. He's doing a little pose before the camera. There he is. And then he's going to do this coughing thing like it's a big joke. Well, I don't think coughing is a big joke, but he does.
If you look at what's gone on, and if you look at now all of this information that's being released, and from what it should never be allowed to happen in our country. And you'll be seeing that in the coming weeks, but I've been able to do so. Yeah, John, please. You know what the crime is. The crime is very obvious to everybody. What you have to do.
Well, you know, I like this. It's lower, it's less work than the oil painting. So I'm good with it. Yeah, I mean, if he wants to be that way, that's fine. I post this in the room here. Yeah, I have different things I post, so I'm mixing up the message all the time. I'm sending people to my DLive show, which I should check in on, by the way. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well, thank you. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Add the one. Thank you for coming in earlier. Yeah, not a lot of activity going on at DLive, and I'm wondering why. You have a sore throat from wearing a mask when you go to the store? Oh, Shelby, maybe you're breathing in the bleach. Yeah, some of you are using too many of those antiseptics. That's toxic too. That'll cause symptoms like a flu. Oh, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Freedom with Dave. Yeah, Freedom with Dave and Jim Carrey. That was kind of fun. I didn't mind him doing that. I think that's perfectly within his freedom of speech. Just like it's the freedom of speech of the press secretary to go off cue and start a slideshow. And she was upset today. And I'm going to give her some time because, dang it, you Republican people who think that you need to appease your Obamagate people, and even though Barr and Trump don't even want to prosecute Obama or Biden, you people need a woman like her, and I'm glad you've got her.
Hands go up because Obama's spokesperson should be asked those questions because President Trump's spokespeople certainly would be. And that is something that is a good thing, and I'm thankful that we have a president who celebrates the First Amendment and helps it to be celebrated in its fullest and most robust way possible. Chanel.
Thank you, Kaylee. I'd like to switch gears asking about President Obama. We had we had an interesting article from Joel Pollak this morning, and I would like to ask you if the president has considered pardoning President Obama for illegally wiretapping on Trump Towers, illegally spying on U.S. citizens, and other potential crimes out there. Has he considered that?
So I have not spoken to the president about that, but who I did speak to about President Obama and unmasking Michael Flynn were the men and women in this room. I haven't spoken to him on that specific point, have spoken to him about the matter generally, and I laid out a series of questions that any good journalist would want to answer about why people were unmasked, and all sorts of questions. And I just wanted to follow up with you guys on that. Did anyone take it upon themselves to pose any questions about Michael Flynn and unmasking the President Obama spokesperson?
Okay, now this is the first time I've ever seen a press secretary act like she's a journalist asking the people who should be on stage. It's just a reversal. Let's take a look, because I know a lot of you Republicans have this concern. I get that. I don't want to ignore it either, because obviously Obama was a terrible president, and we need to get to that too. But Trump dropped the whole birther case. I have to remind you people of that. You keep thinking Trump's going to go after Obama. He dropped the birther case, people. Come on.
Oh, not a single journalist has posed that question.
But
okay.
Michael Flynn's name wasn't
so
matched.
I would like
Kaylee.
to lay out a series of questions, and perhaps if I write them out in a slide format, maybe we're visual learners, and you guys will follow up
Why
with
not?
journalistic curiosity. So number one, why did the Obama administration use opposition research funded by a political organization and filled with foreign dirt to surveil members of the Trump campaign?
Well, let me answer that. Because the Trump campaign had all these signs and symptoms of people that were being recruited by the Russians. And as we found out from the FBI, they warned Carter Page that it was not appropriate to actually go hang out with the Russians, but he did anyway. Go ahead.
Number two, why was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn unmasked? Not by the intel community entirely, but by Obama's chief of staff, by the former Vice President Joe Biden, by Susan Rice, by the Treasury Secretary. I mean, this is extraordinary. And You know, if it were political appointees in the Trump administration, I can guarantee you I'd have questions in my inbox right now. But
Yeah, well, I have questions why Pompeo openly lies about things and how this is a live exercise, too. And why this big diversion about Obama right now when we've got to focus on getting our economy back? I mean, let's face it, this woman is focusing on things that we really don't even need to bring this laundry up simply because it's the role of the president, and I don't like Barack Obama, but it's the role of Barack Obama to investigate Russian collaboration in our election and the collusion that they were involved with, in fact, Donald Trump. So do I believe the dossier is fake? No, I don't. I believe the dossier is 95% accurate. And I even believe that Robert Mueller was honest when he said that Donald Trump did get blackmailed by the Russians over the sex tape or over the dossier. Robert Mueller said that. So I'm a little concerned that William Barr has been covering up using his office political gains and now pretending like he's not going to use his office for political gains when you Republicans are asking him to do that. So you're having a problem with William Barr, you Republicans are. I know that. He needs to step it up. But if this isn't done properly, if we don't expose both parties fully, then we're not doing our job. Now, if you don't want to go in and have the Senate do a trial for a second impeachment on Donald Trump after he shut our economy down, then you're a fool. Because I believe Donald Trump needs to be impeached yet again. And this time the Senate needs to open an open trial and find out what's in his little Pandora's box, like the money he's trying to make on the COVID tests with Jared Kushner right now. That's a serious issue, and it'll affect all of you. Plus, he's making money on a relationship he has with hydroxychloroquine. We found out that Trump is in on the hydroxychloroquine deal. I played that last night. He's got a French company he's invested in that he will make money on the hydroxychloroquine. So, the French connection. Let's not forget that. So let's look at this whole thing from both sides. Let's open up the Pandora's box and look at Obama's corruption. Let's find out how much deep state crap is going on with him. But let's also do it with Trump. All right? I'll promise you that. We'll do that. Both sides will get what we want. Because we want the truth. And we're not getting it. Our country's now hijacking our rights, our freedoms. We've got things that clearly are unsafe that I keep rolling in front of you. Things that should be looked at, the Democrats and Republicans won't even look at. And we've got a country that's been in bankruptcy since 1933, the United States of America. So I say we have an opportunity here. There's no video? Okay. I'm washing my hands right now. I've got my portable hand wash right here. But yeah, we're in need of restructuring, I think. And this recent money grab by Pelosi is going to bury us financially. We're going to have to restructure. We're going to have to declare bankruptcy. The United States will be declared bankrupt, and we'll get back to what we used to have, which was a country that had equity and money in the bank. And we'll call that the United States of America. Okay? Simple plan. It's called rebooting the old America and getting the Constitution back on track. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's talk about other things. Steve-O, what do you got? We've got a pretty settled down room over there after we were attacked over at iVlog. The Wise Women. The Wise Woman. I wonder what that is. Huh. Interesting. Let's see if we can play 2 seconds of it. No, I'm afraid I can't play more than 2 seconds of it. Oh well. And I guess you guys went to bed. Okay, great. Oh, you're in the chat. So Ron, you're still not convinced that Elvis Presley's alive? I thought that was a pretty convincing video I played in the pre-show. I hope you saw it. Yeah, I'm talking to Ron over at DLive. Okay, the Westgate shooting, yeah, there was a sound explosion. Something doesn't look right. This happened in the background of the Westgate shooting yesterday. Many people are wondering of the authenticity of the shooting, of course. We've always wondered that. Let's listen in to what's happening here. Oh! Good, I caught it.
Fuck no. God fucking damn, bro. Fucking shooting. Fuck.
So, yeah, there was gunshot in the background. It looked like there was effing shooting going on. Now, you think that looked fake? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's a fake or... That looked real to me. I mean, I'm trying to get where you define fake. Yeah, let's listen in some more of that press secretary talking about questions about the current problem. Continuing on.
Apparently Obama's spokesperson does not. Why was Flynn's identity leaked? In a criminal act. It is a criminal act to leak the identity of Michael Flynn to the press, but it happened. Where are the questions to Obama's spokesperson? Because my team would be running around this building should this have happened under the Trump administration.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like you've been firing everybody who leaks anything. 45 different people have been fired. 47 people have been fired since Trump became president. I would say that all of them were leaking like a sieve. As far as the fact that Michael Flynn's identity was leaked, why wouldn't we want to know that our Lieutenant General Michael Flynn was collaborating with the Russians? As a nation, we have a right to know. That's why. So I'm not sure where you're going with all this crap with Obamagate, but you know, we do know that the FBI is guilty as hell, and Wray hasn't done anything to clean that up. So let's get to that point. How come the FBI is not investigating the Anthony Weiner laptop? Any ideas out there in La La Land? Yeah. Why is the laptop not being investigated? 675,000 emails that are still sitting out there. I mean, where are you guys on that? I mean, let's get on that. You Q-tards, I want to hear from you. Let's talk about Anthony Weiner's laptop. What, 9 cops have died of suicide this year over frazzle drip? 9 cops don't just shoot themselves, 2 of which were going to collect their retirement shortly. Very weird. The 2 men that allegedly saw this heinous video of a criminal torture of a child by allegedly Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin, called frazzle drip, has led us to this terrible place where the New York PD is hiding everything. And the FBI, they don't want anyone to know anything. And you Q-tards are like, well, Donald Trump is going to fix all this. We're dealing with criminal acts against children, folks, and if you don't get any results from Donald Trump, it's time to rethink your plan. So I appeal to you Q-tards to wake up. No, I don't have to ban anybody. Elron, I'm helping you guys wake up. How long have we asked you to just recognize that Donald Trump isn't doing it for you? He didn't go after Hillary. He's not going after Biden. He said so 2 days ago. Barr said the same thing. They're not going after Obama either. That's off limits. He didn't even pursue the birther issue, and you continue to support him, Trump. I just don't get it. I'm the guy who came up with the birther issue. I'm the one who was talking about it in 2009. You never really cared, but now you want me to talk about Obamagate? Give me a break. I'd like to talk about it, but this is absurd. Well, let's be clear. I'm going to grab... No, I guess I can't record it off Facebook. I don't want to look at the slideshow. I'd rather watch Mr. Rogers.
It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for beauty.
Won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah, let's get back to simpler times. You know, the good old-fashioned United States of America, where we dealt with things like that and had testing. We used to have a laboratory that tested everything we have. Now we have a joke called the EPA. And you Democrats, you don't seem to care about Roundup or pesticides. Oh, honey, I'm voting Democrat this year. Could we have more pesticides in our backyard? I mean, my God. I am not Jim Carrey. I told you that. You saw his recent thing, right, with the president? It's funny. I mean, kind of, I guess in a sick kind of way. But the fact that the president is making money on hydroxychloroquine and COVID testing, that doesn't bother you Republicans? Jeez. I would think you'd be up in arms knowing your president is profiting from the White House and something they're going to stick in your nose. Come on, you couldn't be that stupid. Wake up. Well, let's be clear. We're going to take over, we're going to look at daylight. Ron Helton says it's all a diversion. The swamp is fuller than ever. I know, it is. You're right. In fact, he said he was going to clean out the swamp, and he hired 6 billionaires to occupy the cabinet. Isn't that weird? 6 billionaires. Unbelievable. That's a problem. It is. You know, I was just going over the theory of multidimensional reality that Doug Vogt wrote, and I was thinking of, I just realized his Kindle copy is free. Canadian. It's zero. Apparently you can get it on, so we charge like 99 cents for Kindle, but somehow he has a free one, so I'm going to try to find that out. I talked to Doug Vogt about the birth certificate issue. Believe it or not, Doug Vogt wrote this wonderful book called Theory of Multidimensional Reality that discusses the origin of the sun and the existence of atoms. And it's one of the I just listened to him talk about it. I've always wanted to read it, but he was the one that actually is an expert on the birth certificate. He actually contacted Obama and tried to get a copy sent to him because he's a guy who creates scanners. He develops scanners here in Washington, and he said, Doug Vogt said in my interview I have on my podcast on our blog show, our Blog Talk Radio show, which is still a link on the old site. You can still access it. I talked to him about the authenticity of the second birth certificate Barack Obama had, and Doug Vogt said that he was emphatically positive that these were halftones combined with binary numbers. So he experienced the effects of photoshopping, and that was the best way he could describe it. He said you'd never see halftones with binary numbers in an image, which is unusual, that matrix. So having a fake long-form birth certificate, Barack Obama skated by and somehow didn't have any oversight at that time. And Loretta Fuddy and that whole story put it to rest. Loretta Fuddy actually got $100,000 in her bank account when she died. No one could explain where it came from. And Loretta Fuddy was the one that made that happen, that fake long-form birth certificate that came over from Hawaii. So there is an issue there. If you guys want to pursue Obamagate, I think we really need to go a lot deeper and go to the birther issue. So yeah, come on into America's Third Party if you want answers in that department, because that's what we will be working on, a separate investigation into the Obamas. I'm 99.999% sure that Barack Obama was born in Mombasa, Kenya. And I believe that wholeheartedly. I also believe that Michelle is a transgender. And I'm not making a story out of a mountain out of a molehill. This is what Joan Rivers said that before she died, before they killed her. A month and a half before Joan Rivers died, the famous comedian, she talked about having exposed this. So there's a lot to that story. But getting America back on track is, we've got to address these issues here. Right now, we're very vulnerable. You people who have a Second Amendment concern, 5G could very easily nullify your Second Amendment because they have the ability to ramp it up and turn it into a weapon. Because it's never been tested, it's unsafe. And the 5G network is at almost at the top of the list. Chemtrails preclude the 5G network. The chemtrails really have been going on for about 40 years. But the concerns are that because these have never been tested for safety in the past 30 years, and the numbers of information, the pieces of information we have is that all these things are posing potential problems to the human race. So why they push this without testing is ridiculous. So if we can't resolve these things, we're not going to be able to resolve the Obamagate story. So there are pressing issues affecting our human health. And this whole recent virus is really just a smokescreen for what Judy Mikovits was saying. They're lumping all bad medicine, bad food, everything, bad vaccines, all into this period of time, and they're reeling in the elders in a form of eldercide. So eldercide's going on, but the good news is the Nuremberg Code protects you. Yeah, so eldercide's a terrible problem. Like I said, we're going to have to prosecute Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo has clearly violated a felony law saying he's not going to investigate elder death. But more importantly, the Nuremberg Code will protect us from imminent doom. They're not allowed to force a vaccine on you or even a COVID test on you. They're not allowed to put a Q-tip in your nose. It's an act of testing your body without your consent. You have consent. It's guaranteed in the law, and that's why the Nuremberg Code was created. Now, people like Jay Inslee are going to have to be prosecuted for violating the Nuremberg Code. Donald doesn't seem to be too aware of what's happening. He's not sure of what to do. But I'm telling you that we will prosecute Jay Inslee for violating the Nuremberg Code. You can't create laws that tell people they have no consent. And that's actually a felony what he's doing. Felony governor activity. You can't write laws saying people have no consent. And if this was an outbreak or a contagion and people were dying, you would see people in hospitals everywhere. And we don't see anybody in hospitals. That's the problem. Here's something we just got in. Yeah, the hospitals are veritably empty. The Kenyan presidents have been good. Yes, I know. Do you live in Kenya, Bengalitis? Are you from Kenya? David, when I just noticed when I speak to someone here, they get kicked out of the show. Yeah. Yeah, they're using you as the main what they have is you're their flywheel. They allow your IP to come in here. That's the only reason you guys are allowed to chat here is because for some reason you were chatting on T. Rucker's site at one point. But all the people that we want to get in here to chat can't get in here. There are millions of people around the world that can't even chat in any of our chat rooms. And we've been trying to make that possible, but it's just not, we're not able to get an open chat line. They've locked those up. We're still looking into a way we could create an IP-safe chat room, and we can't do it. I've got all kinds of obstacles there. Because when your IP's in the chat room, you can then be tacked back by the person running the chat server. He says, I put a potato in the microwave and pushed the pizza button. When the dinger went off, it was still a potato. Wow. That's kind of like the mindlessness that they're experiencing around the world. Donald Trump, when he talks, he makes people ashamed to listen. Yeah, it's kind of an embarrassment. Oh well. Hey, he'll only be president as long as the economy is doing well. And right now, we're really mixed on that. $6 trillion debt, riding and keeping the economy shut down. Donald Trump couldn't do a worse job. Couldn't do the worst job at what he's doing right now. He absolutely is making the wrong decision. So the likelihood of him getting reelected is very low at this point. I'm sure he knows that his reelectability is, and same with Joe Biden, because there's no credible person out there who can understand and reach the American people. And as you know, I've been censored on the media for 12 years. And my message has never been received by the mainstream media. They threw the tapes of me twice. They videotaped me in front of my house saying they would play the tapes. Twice they threw the tapes in the garbage. So we've had a censorship factor that's been unbelievable since we started. I get the impression people all around the world are watching. That's the thing. I have this real sense that this show is like the biggest hit around the world. It's not about not being seen. It's about being seen too much and people unable to chat. And you people who are attacking our show are actually going to pay a huge price in life. It won't be good. It may be a carjacking or whatever karma comes your way. Yeah. David, I just noticed that when I speak to someone, they're kicked out of the show. Yeah, happens all the time. So don't talk to anybody. You got more news?
Some new information on a gruesome murder that horrified several people who watched that killing on a Zoom video cut.
Man charged with killing his father while on video chat. Wow. Boy, what a Friday of violence, really.
Conference call. A man is in jail accused of killing his own father, and he told us on camera why he did it. News 4's Erica Byfield in the newsroom with the details. Erica?
Well, Stephen, Thomas Scully Powers said that he did it as payback after his father assaulted him. For now, police aren't saying if they believe that story.
A stunning account from Thomas Scully Powers, who police say stabbed his father to death. We have not been able to verify his account of the alleged assault. Suffolk County detectives say the murder happened on Thursday in Amityville Village, while 72-year-old Dwight Powers was on a Zoom call with 20 other people.
No one knew where this participant who had fallen off the screen lived. It took the participants about 10-15 minutes to figure out his name, his address.
By the time police arrived, they found Dad nearly decapitated. We spoke to a witness.
I saw the victim was breathing heavily. All of a sudden, he wasn't in the camera's view, and a bald, naked man who appeared to be naked ripped sheets off of his bed and placed them on the floor as if he was covering something up.
Police told us the 32-year-old jumped out of a window as they closed in.
Okay, we are off the air. Let me go. I'm going to switch gears. Hang on just a second. Okay, we're rebooting on the VPN, and we should be up and running on all 4 networks. Go ahead and refresh. Refresh. iVlog is struggling. All right, we're just reassigning a new VPN to our show, a new IP, so get back in the show, everybody. You want to be the vice president? Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, the DNC really is looking silly running VP Biden. It would have been great earlier when he was, a little more capable. But now that he's so old, it's sad, really, to see a man, stumble. Even a guy stumbling still looks better than a guy who can't even spit out the words "no forced vaccinations." And neither Biden nor Trump will say the words "no forced vaccinations." And that's what people are really worried about, no forced testing. They want to stop this ridiculous, slow, creepy takedown of our rights. The American people just want their rights back. And this guy obviously claimed he was raped by his father the day before with a gun. Oh yeah, he's like, what? I'm not sure what this guy went through, but at the same time, he's telling people that he's literally he killed his father because he was raped with a gun by the guy. He jumped out the window to get away from him. Police are going to shoot me, he said.
Well, police are telling us that Scully Powers told them that he stabbed his dad more than a dozen times with several different knives. Investigators suspect that he tried to clean that up. They say they found a mop, a bucket, and a stained sheet in a garbage bag inside that home.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he would have chopped his dad up and taken him down to the local dumpster or something. Bob, we won't have any money for the $500 a month program, but we're gonna put the money together to do it. They're spending the money I would have used to do the $500 a month program, $6 trillion. It would have lasted us 4 years. So the $6 trillion they're taking out right now is actually the $500 a month program I was planning on implementing. Yeah, I'm still planning on implementing it, but it'll come out of the budget in other ways, like. It'll come out of the budget in the form of, we're going to have to deal with the debt we have with China. That's going to be a head-on solution. We're going to probably be at a war footing with China and Russia. we're already at pre-Cold War footing right now. Our economies are mutually independent. We don't need to have too many big problems with China. If they really want their debt paid back, they have to resolve why they didn't tell everyone for 2 months that they were involved in a coronavirus outbreak. They haven't gotten that message out. Neither is Trump. Trump isn't even talking about it because Trump has a personal debt of $600 million with China. We never should have allowed Trump to negotiate our relationship with China. And frankly, I would pull back from the current trade tariffs that China is getting imposed on. We are charging 30% tariff. I said from the beginning we should never have tariffs above 15%. And I meant it. I'm the guy who came up with putting an ecological tariff on China. Back in 2008, I talked about it. And Trump must have heard our show and he doubled it to 30%. I would come back to the 15% as a negotiating tool and say we're willing to negotiate back to 15%. But we do want some, a caveat would be we want human rights protected to a certain degree. And China is going to say to America, but your human rights are atrocious. And I'm going to agree. We have some terrible human rights going on, practices of the border with Mexico. I agree with them. And I will make a solemn promise to Xi that we will work toward mutually trying to improve human rights problems. And that means sharing information. I would like to see the video of all the executions that they're doing, and I want to see the justification for human transplants, body cadavers being taken apart and people being organ harvested. If they're willing to send the videotape of that to the U.S., I'll be glad to send videotape of our border situation and the deportees we have down there in the illegal aliens. Shared communication like that would be very advantageous for both of us, so that we both keep each other in check of human rights abuses. But without that transparency, I can't see much of a relationship with Xi. We're going to have to get a relationship going that makes sense for both of our countries. There's no need to be at a war footing with China or Russia, but we're at one right now. And Trump put us here. So I didn't overreact to this by shutting our economy down. I'm the one talking about the Nuremberg Code, not Trump. I'm the one that tells you that will support you in any attack on your body. You have the right to consent. No one can take that right away from you. Now, if they want to stick you in a building and pull you and violate your rights by arresting you, if you do not consent to a COVID test or to a vaccine, then they are violating your constitutional rights, and you have the right to do whatever you have to do to defend yourself. That's just the way it is. You figure it out. That's up to you. I can't make your decisions for you. The Constitution will make decisions for you. But we have to get back to a Constitution-based government, and that's why I want the United States of America back. And I would like to restructure it under a new business plan, not with the Democrats, Republicans, who are spoilers, who are destroying our opportunity and our credit as a nation. They are borrowing from tomorrow to pay for today. And frankly, they shut the economy down. They created the problem. They can't expand our credit and get away with this. We didn't do this. They did. And that's why they need to suffer. Both parties have to step down. If they don't want to step down and they want to work with me, that's great. But eventually people will realize a third party will be needed to stop these bastards who just want to suck money out of all the corporate money that's thrown in their face to get things done. I think a constitutional convention is possible. Yep. California and New York have acquired too many debts, and Washington State is now very suspicious. Jay Inslee has borrowed $20 billion in 1 month. The debt in our state, according to the national debt clock, went from $80 billion to $99 billion in Washington State in 1 month. Now, if he's putting up trailers for people to be locked in houses, these are the quarantine units that Jay Inslee is set up outside of the state fairgrounds, or on the state fairgrounds. Jay Inslee somehow wants to take people out of their home who are COVID positive and stick them and further contaminate the world with their germs, and then stick them in a trailer. And then if that person ends up dying in that trailer, that particular germ will be highly contagious. and somebody else who goes into that trailer, even if it's been disinfected, may get another form of COVID-19. Because remember, and this is something our government is not telling us, there are over 100 strains of this particular virus, and it is mutating. Now, these are going to be the quarantine areas here in Washington for anybody found to be COVID-19. This is absurd and illegal, and the money he spent on this is ridiculous. There's some trailer supplier out there who's very happy right now with a crap load of money. He's probably sitting around just having party after party. Hey, Meta-Nemesis. Yeah. So they also have laws that are just completely ridiculous. And his statements about people resisting are absurd. He can't arrest them. He claims residents who refuse COVID tests to be placed under house arrest. In other words, he's going to assign somebody to their house and lock their door. All right? He also thinks he's going to create laws like these isolation and quarantine guidelines and forms, which are supposed to be legal, and they're not. You cannot hold a person against their will for non-compliance. That's a violation of the Nuremberg Code. That's exactly why the Nazis were tried. You cannot do what Jay Inslee is saying you can do. It's a total violation of what we spent years to try to beat the Nazis at. They're a violation of their patients, their prisoners. I know of one story where the Nazis used to test all kinds of things. One time they chopped the legs off of a nun and had sex with her just to see if she could achieve orgasm. How is that any different than being raped by a needle? In fact, that's almost worse. So yeah, we have these laws in place, the Nuremberg Code, to prevent that stuff from happening. I mean, I really believe that being stuck with a needle full of dangerous viruses that can kill you and cause cancer is worse than being raped. Not chopping your legs off, though. That's horrible. McFusler. Yeah, you do not consent to poisoning your air, water, food, or frequency weapons. Exactly. And this is why our nation needs to get back to its core. Now, I'm not a peace and freedom guy, as you know. I'm not a John Bircher. I started this third party with an intent to find a way out of the democratic mindset and move toward the middle. And I found a lot of people who support the Second Amendment, and I agree with them. And I totally agree that they don't have the right to verify or register your weapons by law. You cannot be forced to register your weapons. But the fact is that 5G network, as they're deployed right now, is almost going to nullify your ability to defend yourself. And if we don't act as a political move right now, we have to start thinking of another option. You personally will have to decide what to do. Not me. I can't help you there. But third party is the only way I think we can navigate out of this in the center of the political spectrum, as long as we cling to our Bill of Rights. Use this as our guide. And we can unite in the middle of the political spectrum. We don't have to look at pro-life issues right now and pro-choice issues. We can also make sure that the Planned Parenthood does not get funding for abortions. That would be a big step that Trump never made, and I would be more than willing to appease the Christian right on that one. Well, let's be clear. Wash your hands. Time to disinfect. Disinfect every few seconds. Now, if you are using a non-natural disinfectant, I would rinse your hands off with water just to make sure those toxins aren't on your water. This is all natural. I make my own. It's black tea, mostly black tea and witch hazel. A squirt of witch hazel and lemon. Or aloe vera, or all of the above. But I can actually spray this in my face. It doesn't bother me. And breathe it in, too. Give yourself a day bath. A Dave spa. So when this story came out this week that the CDC says that coronavirus does not spread easily on surfaces and objects, I'm totally... Oh, I missed your video? I'm sorry. I'll check it out. Thank you. Oh, Larkin Rose. Yeah, I played this morning.
So you...
Yep, I got it tonight. It's already in the lineup. We caught this as soon as I joined and subscribed to his channel. So as soon as I saw what he wrote, He's really good. I really like his work. I totally agree with him and his partner, the female that they come on the show with. We've got another one, and last night we played of both of them. Thank you. But this whole story about the CDC and the coronavirus is not spreading on surfaces. And then we find out from top experts in the field that we don't even need a mask because it's not even airborne, and masks don't work as well. So not only do we not need a mask because it's not airborne, but Fauci was saying that too. Fauci was saying we don't need masks. Yet why were people are now required to wear masks? Well, Dolores Cahill, a very prestigious microbiologist and immunologist from Ireland, made it very clear that coronavirus is not airborne. So we're being misled by Fauci and Birx, big time.
We're taking, this is during this outbreak. So that's just an example of how hydroxychloroquine can be very safe and it's well used. So what I would put a different slant on it, I would say to people, like I have a mum who's 94 years old, and if people are elderly themselves, that there is a treatment. So essentially the governments and the media are not informing people that there is a way for them to prevent getting flu-like symptoms, but also there is a legal and ethical and moral responsibility. You know, if I was 80 and I was listening to me and saying, well, there is an option that I just have to take a very safe treatment, that I can go re-engage in the world and I don't have to worry about getting these flu symptoms, that I am saying that we have to hold individual people like our Taoiseach. I am holding Leo Varadkar to account and our ministers for health, and they have to push forward on the main news stations who is the scientist that's making those decisions. And when I ran the biosafety lab in Berlin, if anybody died because in my lab, I would be responsible, and even if I did not make a mistake. And the fine was around €250,000 at the time, and that was, 15 years ago. So that's an example of how scientists can be held to account. So I think what it is that people whose parents die, in June, or if, family members, that really those deaths are unnecessary. So the media is not, there's prevention, they're not saying that there's a treatment. So therefore, and I do fear as well, that they are almost hoping that there will be a spike in the second wave, and that spike in deaths could actually be patients who have undiagnosed cancers or an increase in cardiovascular disease. So what we have to say is the policy is entirely wrong, and I'm happy to debate in America or Ireland or anywhere with people. There is no need for social distancing. There is no need for masks. Once people know nutrition, vitamins, and hydroxychloroquine can prevent it and treatment, that actually the whole world should be opening up on the 25th of May, 2020. Like our Taoiseach, I am holding Leo Varadkar to account and our ministers for health, and they have to push forward on the main news stations who is the scientist that's making those decisions. And when I ran the biosafety lab in Berlin, if anybody died because in my lab, I would be responsible, and even if I did not make a mistake. And the fine was around €250,000 at the time, and that was, 15 years ago. So that's an example of how scientists can be held to account. So I think what it is that people whose parents die, in June, or if, family members, that really those deaths are unnecessary. So the media is not, there's prevention, they're not saying that there's a treatment. So therefore, and I do fear as well, that they are almost hoping that there will be a spike in the second wave, and that spike in deaths could actually be patients who have undiagnosed cancers or an increase in cardiovascular disease. So what we have to say is the policy is entirely wrong, and I'm happy to debate in America or Ireland or anywhere with people. There is no need for social distancing. There is no need for masks. Once people know nutrition, vitamins, and hydroxychloroquine can prevent it and treatment, that actually the whole world should be opening up on the 25th of May, 2020. And also, we should never do this again, because once you clear the virus, you will be immune for life.
I'm good with that. I played it twice for you to hear it twice, because she really did repeat that message, and I'm going to make sure we repeat that again and again. There's no need for masks, and there's no need for social distancing from the top expert on the field. Doesn't get much better than that, really. Yeah, and you'll be immune for life after all this. Yeah, this is not a big deal. They've overreacted. Our country is virtually shut down for no reason. Trump is an idiot. I told you. And we've got people pulling his strings that he's unwilling to depart from, like Bill Gates. You know, Trump hasn't made any statement about Bill Gates since the beginning, which is weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, you don't wear a mask? Okay, well, I worry more about smart dust. That's why I wear a mask. But look at this. Bill Gates is funding the Gavi organization, the Global Health Partnership, with the goal of increasing immunization in poor countries, ended up costing lives. All of his spidered out, all the influence that he's given these people and controlled, like this Imperial College of London, got $280 million from Gates. They created the computer models which predicted and miscalculated the spread, impact, and death rate of this pandemic. So in a way, Bill Gates is responsible for the Imperial College mishap. And then there's the work of University of Oxford, the vaccine research and development itself, which is spurious because there is no vaccine you can create with a mutating virus. And then you've got England's chief medical officer pushing a big, huge vaccination push for UK. BBC following up with lots of money, supporting media and communications to strengthen this idea of governance, advice, and health issues, which is not their right. And the CDC, of course, working as an arm for Big Pharma the whole time, with funding going right from Bill Gates into the CDC and vice versa. And then down below, the ID 2020 plan, which is digital identification technology, which may be used alongside the vaccinations, which is something that it's akin to the mark of the devil in the eyes of many people who've been listening to this. And in no way would we want to be marked or touched, especially if you're religiously inclined. You probably know Leviticus 19:28, which clearly says not to be marked or touched with a knife or a cut, or even a tattoo for that matter. So many people who are religious are going to be shocked to know that Donald Trump supports Bill Gates and supports the COVID ID 2020, which involves marking your flesh. And then you Catholics who recently heard from the Pope that he says that we should be all be vaccinated, which is absurd. There's no proof that it would work because it's mutating. So we're getting a lot of disinformation and false persuasion from the media. National Institutes of Health, yeah, it just goes on and on. This connection all over. It's like he followed the John D. Rockefeller method of controlling all these institutions and blossomed his own masterful plan, which ironically, you can connect the dots between Bill Gates and John D. Rockefeller. And we all know that John D. Rockefeller killed 100 million people in 1918. And then when I did a search for it online, they're getting rid of the wiki right now. They're trying to lock it out of the books. We have proof of it in our history books. So there's a lot of problems right now with this thing. And there's some people that believe that COVID-19 is being secretly planned. They're planning on putting a chip in us when they do the COVID testing. This is an actual photograph that was pulled off the internet showing an implant microchip is going into the back of our necks when they put in test for a COVID-19 test. It's a simple flick of the wrist. When they go in, they spin it, and all these, it's like smart dust, come off the Q-tip onto our neck, and we can never get it out of our body. We got that going for us, which is nice. The flick of the wrist, as simple as that. And then boom, you're marked for life. It would take open throat surgery to get that removed. So is this the bagging and tagging of the human race prior to being depopulated? Because that's what it seems like to me. It doesn't take a great imagination to look at this as a horror movie right now. Your mom keeps feeling sick, wants to get tested. And you told her if she does, she'd probably get chipped. I hear you. Did you tell her that it will go all the way into the back of her head, the Q-tip? Not like Andrew Cuomo. He put on a fake event the other day. She only went 1 inch into it. Let me take a look. Well, right. MarketWatch will definitely be saying this, but Biden doesn't have what it takes to pull the Democrats and the Republicans together. I do. This 2020 presidential forecast says Trump faces historic defeat due to a terrible economy. I know. And this is exactly what they talk about. Yep. Hey, I'm not going to say it's Trump's. I'm not going to say it's not Trump's fault when he shut the economy down and said to all of you, "They told me to shut it down, so I shut it down." That's the words of an incompetent man. I would have fired Fauci and Birx instantly when I found out their history with the AIDS program and how they had contaminated vaccines that killed AIDS patients. Donald Trump is bundled with a whole lot of weirdos, including Bill Gates. And when I get done investigating Bill Gates and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates will probably be serving prison time. Yeah. So, thankfully, good experts from Ireland are speaking out. We're getting the truth from those people. Dolores J. Cahill. And we're getting a lot of nonsense from the CDC. Now it doesn't transfer through surfaces. What a crock of crap. So we're of the conclusion now that the CDC is inept, incompetent, and Donald Trump is inept and incompetent. That's all we can assess from all of this. All this data that we're gathering every day. Grandma watches this instead of Hannity. Yeah, why not? I'm tired of Hannity. He's just a mouthpiece for Trump. Yeah, Bill Gates should be looked at as a possible crime against humanity, and there's a lot of migration going on in that department. A lot of countries are looking at trying Bill Gates to The Hague for what he's attempting to do, which is committing genocide worldwide. If we pull out of this, and I'm leaving all of these people, making sure that justice is served. It looks to me like he's been up to a very dangerous game that the Rockefellers put together decades ago to repeat what they did in 1918, to contaminate the vaccine pool with a dangerous vaccine, influenza B, and then killing off all these people that were forced to be injected. We know now that the spread of that disease was from the vaccines, not from airborne transmission. So why would we take even a remote sample of something dangerous and inject it in somebody else? That is ludicrous. The only vaccine that ever really worked is not the polio vaccine, because during the polio period, we had a very dangerous toxic element called lead arsenate, which was in a pesticide, and they pulled it off the market right before the polio problem disappeared. Very likely could have been that. Smallpox. That's the only really big, important move with vaccines. That's the only one that really helped. So it's not good for everything, and it's never been good for flus. And practically 90% of the population doesn't trust the flu vaccine. That's why they still can't even give it away. So many people have said, oh yeah, I got the vaccine and I got the illness itself. Yeah, I heard the same thing. Yeah, Bill Gates wants to forcefully vaccinate everyone, and I'm the only candidate who's saying I will not force vaccinate any one of you, ever. I promise you. Nor will I force test you. There's so many easy ways of finding out if somebody's contagious, like the heat sensor. If you're experiencing a high fever, yeah, you may have a contagion going on. We would never want to stick a Q-tip in your system and violate your natural defenses. That's an invasion of a foreign body that could be contaminated, and sure enough, they are contaminated. Turns out the CDC had a bunch of contaminated vaccine, or rather contaminated Q-tips in their test kits. And they probably still do, because they never pulled them out of the lineup. So the Air Force will no longer reject pilot applicants for being too short? Wow. I guess they need more people in the Air Force. And I understand they're relaxing standards in the Army as well. Oh, they're not going to be doing any Air Force's PT suspensions may continue past, so they don't even need to do physical therapy or physical fitness tests, PT. Yeah, I don't think they need to. I mean, obviously resting and relaxation is the key. We'll play this guy, Mr. Whatever, Dave Portnoy tonight. He's going to talk about what it's like to have his freedoms taken away. So I don't know. Biden, I don't think is going to win because he's not going to be able to articulate a word by the time the election rolls around. He's already mistakenly saying things that he never wanted to say, and we found that out very quickly. All right. Boy, I've got quite a file. I grabbed information about the Rockefeller situation a long time ago, and then the wiki changed, and they tried to pull it. They pulled a lot of names out of the wiki regarding this whole thing. I knew I had to grab it too, so it was good I did. Let's see if this is it. Yeah.
I'm prepared to...
Okay, let's take a look at this again. It's pretty interesting. This is an actual transcription of Joe Biden's mouth. There's been no added artwork or any type of audio changes to this thing. Here he is saying what he said today. This is just the beginning of the galloping dementia he's dealing with.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden. I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years and that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
You know, I'd be okay if he really meant that he was going to be Joe Biden, but he said he's going to beat Joe Biden. So he has a record of over 40 years, and is that a military record or a prison record? Or and he's going to beat Joe Biden. Well, you know, if he keeps saying that, he will beat Joe Biden. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. He will beat him, yeah. It's right. He's absolutely right. No, he's not drunk. He's just out of it. He's been smelling people since the early days of the 60s. I remember the time when Joe was reaching down at Woodstock and he got a whiff of Jimi Hendrix. Here's a candid picture of him. Oh, he smells so good. Yeah. Excuse me, while I sniff this guy. Excuse me while I sniff this guy. It's excuse me while I kiss the sky. Jimi Hendrix Experience. Dave used to stream where? At Twitch? Battlecam? Oh, okay. You were at Target tonight and a girl walked around the store, had like ripped jeans, and back of her jeans were like ripped. You almost could see through her butt, really? And she was a mod on Battlecam? Wow. Okay. You had a Walmart moment there. You're like, whoa. Mom better not see that I'm looking at her butt. Oh, okay. You weren't looking at her. Oh, somebody else was on Battlecam? Okay, you're skipping around there, buddy. Excuse me while I sniff this guy. Ron. Fauci and Bricks have a terrible track record. I know. You're rebooting your router too, huh? Well, if Trump wasn't trying to profit from hydroxychloroquine and he didn't wear a mask till day 67, you got to wonder what the hell's going on with Trump. You know, he's like a shark in the ocean trying to just get food, any morsel, any free amount of money he and Jared could cash in on. And the fact that he isn't standing up and saying he will not force vaccinate you is very suspicious. He says he feels the same way about vaccines as he does about the COVID testing, which is scary considering he turns to Mike Pence all the time saying, Mike, we have 4 million tests. We're going to have 1 million every day, 3 million every day. Oh, okay. So, I mean, come on. He's going to force vaccinate you. Wake up, people. Or he'll try, I should say. And he'll lose the election because of it. Today we listened to a young lady named Crystal Tini in Hollywood. She's got a really good little Instagram blog, and she took a couple days off because she was really upset. She was buying makeup, and she had to wait in line, and she's really kind of freaking out by the whole experience of being shut in. And she did a really good job. We'll probably play this again tonight.
See how the media then spins that as some kind of dangerous, reckless type of move to further keep us under lock and key. Yeah. So that is huge news today. Also, within the last 2 days, the Black Pope has died.
We'll find this out. I didn't know there was a Black Pope. Yeah. So she'll tell us about that later tonight. Aren't you glad? Crystal Tini's back, I know. She's an actress. She does a lot of work with... She's a working actress, let's just put it that way. And I guess she's not working. She's on unemployment or trying to get unemployment now. But her boyfriend's very, very supportive, I'm sure. This is the woman that doesn't like being locked up. She's just, she does a little candid thing saying, I really don't like being locked up. This is an interesting picture. I'm going to show you something that's kind of transformative. What we have here is Adele, an almost metamorphosis of a body has changed so drastically. Metanemesis gave me this link. Apparently Adele has lost a tremendous amount of weight. So much so that I actually did a comparison on her face, and I found it's still her. I really believe this is still Adele, yeah. But she did lose a lot in her divorce. I'm not sure what the deal is. I'm sure she's trying to keep it private,
Happiness.
But she lost a lot of weight, I'll tell you, in the divorce. But she lost a lot of money in the divorce. That's the thing. She had a net worth of $130 million. That dropped dramatically when her husband and she didn't get along. It's unfortunate, but I think with this new look, I think she's got a whole new career ahead. Seriously. I'm almost blown away. I think we're going to hear a lot more from Adele, and we're going to see a different style performer entirely. I don't think I've ever seen a bigger transformation between, her before and after look. She needs an extreme home makeover. Or extreme makeover, I guess you call it.
No, she had an
extreme makeover, yeah.
Not she needs
She doesn't need one. Thank you. Go ahead.
That's okay. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yes, I've heard of that. Yasuki. Kodiak Bear had a dream in 2006 and seeing the Pope and seeing a black cardinal become the Pope. Interesting. Yay, Sarah time. How are you, Metanemesis? I'm doing pretty good. I'm relaxing today. I was kind of, today I spent the day, well, the first thing I did was, I helped some teachers load their assignments for next week onto Google Classroom, and then I had a full work day. I definitely did. Then I graded papers, or graded assignments, I should say, instead of papers. Like I've been saying, they're not really papers because they're all digital, but I gave feedback on assignments, and then I called some families, and I was like, they needed to check in with some meets, emailed some families too to look at the feedback. Because sometimes kids turn in things and it's just like, I don't think so. Except it's kind of funny. I realized today, one of my families called me and said their child's birthday is coming up, and another kid had said their birthday was coming up, so I have like 2 birthdays, one on Monday and one on Tuesday. So the mom wanted to make sure like people would say happy birthday during the meet, and so I created a thing to go out to invite everybody to pop in to say happy birthday to them. Sarah, can you convince David to make his campaign slogan, I don't have Alzheimer's. I believe that would be enough to beat both Trump and Biden. David does not have Alzheimer's. You might not agree with everything he thinks, but I can definitely tell you he does not have Alzheimer's. He has a great memory. He remembers everything. And he'll tell you the same stories that he's done, but that's not because he's repeating some kind of Alzheimer's things. It's just how he is. I don't have Alzheimer's. Are there writing non-computer assignments past kindergarten? They can opt to get paper packets, yes. All of my students are doing work on the computer, except one family was saying that, you know, with the internet prices are high, so they had a couple days without internet. So I suggested that they drive to the school and use the school's Wi-Fi. They can park in the parking lot and just use the school's Wi-Fi to get their assignments done. But there's lots of writing there are writing assignments even in second grade. We had them writing about their life so far. And so that all these second graders wrote a biography. And so I was thinking that my second graders, I was like, yeah, I teach 8 and 9-year-olds. Actually, I teach 7 and 8-year-olds. And I'm like, whoa, they're only 7 or maybe 8. And I'm having them do all of this at 7 or 8. Share your screen. This writing is not good enough. You need to capitalize your letters. And why aren't you spelling well? And here's how to use spell check at least. And then I'm like, oh, they're 7. No wonder they're not spelling that well. Oh, like, it dawned on me, like, they're pretty young. Because I just treat my students like younger people. Like, I mean, of course I try not to, but I do have them like, well, explain your thinking. What are you exactly thinking? Why are you thinking that? Then I'm like, oh, they're 7 and 8. Like, that's pretty young. You bought $15,000 worth of Boots scooters. You earn money for every ride or every bird. What's a Boots scooter? I don't know what that is. But then I'm pretty proud that like my 7 and 8-year-olds know how to share their screen, and there's, you know, sometimes there's teachers that are like, how do I do that? And I like that their 7 and 8-year-olds are like, well, first I added my 10s and then I added my 1s. I know. It is amazing how much children learn about computers in school. What we would have considered advanced in our age, it's like, yeah, it's basic computer skills these days, yeah. It really is. And I teach them how to navigate and all kinds of things. It's pretty cool. I do like the technology that I'm using because I'm like I said, I'm having them share their screen so I can see how they navigate. When you're in elementary school, they taught you how to animate. That's good. I remember some kids were doing that, and I don't remember why I wasn't. I think I had the option I could either like help them animate or I could go help out in the kindergarten class, and I was like, I'm gonna go help out in kindergarten because I don't know, or maybe that kid was in another classroom and I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool that he did that. But I think another kid he was in like a different class, but we were both in like the gifted program. Yeah, I know. My students know how to navigate Google Suite. Like I've taught one of my students, like he hates to write. So I've taught him how to do voice to text. and another girl, she was having trouble with like spelling. So at first I was just like typing the spelling words off to the side, so hoping like she would get that, look at the text and copy it. And then I was like, she has so much she has to do. So I just taught her how to use spell check. Like, see how it underlines the word in red? Click it and the pop-up box will come up, and then you can just like, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, but I do, and I have them like, I give them extra time. At first the meets were like 30 minutes and now they're getting into like an hour, hour and a half, because I'm like, share your screen and we need to go fix this assignment because it's not really what I wanted you to do. But I know part of me was thinking, I mean, I hate that a lot of the times teachers teach to the test, but because I've taught 3rd, 4th, 5th grade and I know the end of year tests for those grades, I'm working to prepare my 2nd graders to be able to do what 3rd graders kind of their expectations are. And so one thing, like, it could be their parents doing it now, but every time they send in an assignment and it's like there's a question, not always with math, but if there's a reading assignment and then ask them a question, I always have them like write it in a complete sentence and restate the question in their writing. Like, start with the words that were in the question. They're getting better. Prince of Persia too, huh? Spellbound. Super Solvers Spellbound. I wonder if I remember that. I don't know. I do remember Oregon Trail. Wait, that says Oregon Trail, like your heart and your lungs. Oregon Trail Director's Cut. It's a zombie one. Retro zombie survival game. That's pretty funny. Death Road to Canada is a better Oregon Trail parody. They do still have the Oregon Trail original on like archive.org or something like that. I loved the Oregon Trail too. I think everybody always died in the Oregon Trail. I don't know anyone who actually survived. I really don't. Disinfected dice. The Vegas casinos are getting ready to roll or open their things. There's little sense of shared grief, even though fatalities are near 100,000. Wait, a hairstylist with coronavirus symptoms served 84 clients? Hand sanitizer left inside a hot car burst into flames. Man. I don't think anyone had time to finish the game in school. That's true. In Oregon Trail. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny, scissor fight. Pretty funny indeed. I'll have to, I don't remember the game Myst. SR the same T07 just followed us over at D Live. Yay, thank you. I like that you guys are talking about your gameplay that you liked. Piper Salem, how are you? I've been here for 10 years and I look just like Kelly. You wanted to ask me why. I don't know who Kelly is. I could play an educational game when I stream. I guess I'm just like, I usually get into the looking at news. That's a good idea. I'll start with these games. I'll start with Who Am I ones. Let's start with somewhere like 25. Mariana Trench. Because I do this because I'm supporting David. Why are you here? Why do you like watching the show? You did give me Human Resource Machine and I never downloaded it, I don't think. You're here because you're lonely. I'm sorry that you're lonely. Alright, here's a 3-digit number. All of my digits are the same. And the sum of my digits is equal to 27. I know what this is. 999. My value is odd. My tens digit is 5. The sum of my hundreds digit and my units digit is equal to 11. The units digit is equal to 1 more than 2. I think David would do this with very few viewers. He would be convinced that he has millions of viewers around the world, though. The sum of my digits is equal to 6. That means that either there's a 0 in here or it's 1, 2, 3. My hundreds digit is equal to 2 more than my tens digit. 3, 1, 2. My hundreds digit is equal to 1 more than my units digit. My tens digit is equal to 1. I don't like those. These are too easy. My value is even. The sum of my digits and my hundreds digit is equal to 13. All right, let's get a different one. Those are the solve me, who am I puzzles. Maybe I will do a human resource one next time. They also have solve me puzzles, which are mobiles. And I like these. I'm going to go up to like, let's go to the master section. Let's go into something like, we'll start with 129. Ooh, this is pretty cool. So all together it's -20. And so that means since it's a mobile, they have to be the same on both sides. So then you have to have like -10 over here and -10 over here. So since there's 2 of these, I'm going to call that -5. And then over, and one of these, wait, this equals 1, 1, 2, 3. And then, so this is equal to -10, so that would be -13. You like Sudoku? Sudoku is okay, but I'll tell you the one I really like. I used to play this. Kokoro. And so it's like Sudoku, but let me just make it bigger on the screen so you can maybe see it. It's like Sudoku where you can only have in here the digits 0 through 9. But then see how it has these little like, this means that it goes down. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you add them all up, the sum is 35. And if you add these up, the sum is going across is 24. So these are ones I used to like to play. So like this one, I know is going to be, this has to be either a 1 or a 3. Because for the number 6, you're going to only have, if it's 3 digits, you're going to have 1, 2, 3. Or 0, 2, 4, I guess. But usually, I don't know if there's, if they have any numbers 0, but, and then if say, like this one maybe would be, this would have to be a 2, and then this would be a 3. Let me think about that. I have to think of, I have to remember if this one was, if you could use the 0. Oh wait, words can, you can only use the numbers 1 through 9. So I can't use 7. This has to be a 1. Let me change this. This one has to be a 1 because 7 can only be 1 plus 2 plus 4, not. So since that's a 1, that's a 3. And this is a 2, and this is a 4. This is a 1 because this is a 2. This is a 3. This could be a 2 or a 1. Anyway, I like this game. It takes a long time, but that's why I like it, because Sudoku, I just felt like it was just like so fast and then you were done. I used to have a little notebook with all of the different variations for the Kokoro one written out. Maybe I should download Human Resources. Is it still free, or are they going to charge me? I wonder if I did download it. I probably didn't. $15. This is it, right? Human Resource Machine. Anyway, I know when I'm in here, nobody talks because I'm just like a boring person. I get it. No worries. Oh. Not sure what the valid combinations are for a number. Click on a number clue and a tooltip will show you the possibilities. You go through a bottle of hot sauce a month. Is it Tabasco or something stronger? I could see going through a thing of Tabasco in a month. $24. $7, $8, $9. Tapatio. Oh, Tapatio. I don't know how to say it. Tapatio. That's similar to Tabasco. Lots of vinegar in there. Oh, if you have Trader Joe's habanero hot sauce, you know what you should try, chat room celebrity? If you get hot sauce from Trader Joe's, it's called Hatch Chili Salsa. Trader Joe's sells it. My dad's totally sold me on Hatch Chili. It's because it's like a big thing where he lives. That's like one of their big crops is Hatch chilies. And Hatch it's pretty interesting because it has a really lots of flavor, but actually not that much spice. I mean, not that much heat. So it's not like you're burning your tongue, but you have really good. It's really flavorful. You had it rocks also the cowboy caviar salsa with the corn. I'm not a fan of the corn in the salsa. I've had it, but I'm just like, I'm just not a fan of corn in my salsa. Tapatio, or however you say it, is a really good hot sauce, I would agree. It's actually, in my opinion, better than, it definitely is better than Tabasco. Tabasco just has too much vinegar for my liking. What section is the Hatch chili? It's in with the salsas. It's green. It's a green salsa. It's really good. Okay.
Yeah, every time I'm making coffee right now, so if you want to hang out any longer, if you're done,
Okay.
I can take
No,
over.
I'm good. I'm playing a game. I never downloaded a human resources game that he had recommended on Steam, and now they charges. So.
That's okay.
Oh well.
It's not like you have time to do that anyway.
It's true.
You're a busy person.
It's true. I really don't have time. There may be 10 types of salsa at Trader Joe's. Well. Yeah, I rarely go to Trader Joe's too. It is out of the way. If I go there, I'd get their dark chocolate, but I was surprised to find that dark chocolate at Trader Joe's. And somebody gave me a parent gave me Dove, and I was surprised I looked at it, the ingredients, Dove chocolate, and I looked at the ingredients, and they have, it does not have, it's not processed with alkali either. They have ghost pepper, chili pepper with grinder black now too. Those things are awesome if you like heat, and they're seasonal. Oh, and then people price gouge them up to $20 in the off season. They only cost $5 when they're in season. Wow. I guess you could quadruple your money. Oh, man. Sorry. I'm still playing this Kokoro game. That's what I'm working on. So I've got up here 7998. Eight, 6, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is 7, 8, 9, but I have to figure out the order. Well, I already have 8. So this has, the 8 has to go here or here. Anyway. Yeah, I like chili. Tonight's dinner was pretty good. I think tomorrow I'm gonna make a steak for dinner. I wonder if they'd put a limit on things that are in season at Trader Joe's. Maybe. All right. Well, that's a good distraction. I think I'll go back to a solve-made puzzle. So all of this has to balance out to 50 on this side and 50 on this side. And then since it's balancing 50 and 50, then the 50, this whole bar would be 50, and then this would be 25. And since there's 5 of these, that 5 times 5 is 25. Oh, that's so wild. So they can't take you out, but they take the other side out? That's so weird. Well, weird. So then, since that's already has 5, then this would be 20. So this would be 10, and this would be 10. I'll come back to this side. All right, this is 50. This is... So this is 25, and this is 7. So 25 minus 7, 18. So each of these is 9. And then I'll maybe go back over here. So this is 50. So 25, 25, this is 5, this is 20, if this is 9, this should be 10 and 10. So 9, this should be a 1. 1, 2, plus 8. Let's see. 24, 25. Let's submit this. I got that. So the same thing you said to Trump Chardigan and Pitoro. Did David kick him out of chat, or they just stopped chatting? Like the powers that be were kicking them out. This is interesting because you don't know what to start with, and so you just know that there's something that is making them even, and you know that these are 10 plus this, so 2, 1, 2, So a moon equals, 1 moon is 2.5 of these. So or you could say 2 moons is 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of these is 20. So therefore this must be 4. So this is 14. $24. So these have to be 5. You had to shut off your chat, but you did get banned. But you can't get the stream either. Oh, it's not 5. I don't see how. Eight. How is this amazing? America's the best one. Should I? Let me see. Let me look at my broadcast. It says I'm broadcasting. The show is good now. Okay. Oh, wait. These aren't 5. So maybe this is not even with this. You have to solve this one, which I think I've done. But then you have to use the information to solve this. 14. Four plus, so that should equal 3. All right, good.
Okay, I packed all the coffee away, so you're good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You did the playing of the game.
Yeah, I just played the game.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought maybe it'd be fun to experiment, play games too. I was doing that on Cool Rock.
So Bird Scooter is an electric ride sharing thing, and Trump Tardican just got some kind of contract with them. That's good.
You got a contract?
I don't know. Yeah,
For
he was.
employment?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Good job.
With Bird Scooter? Okay, Bird Scooter. So what are you gonna be a regional? He's gonna be a regional scooter.
A scooter, like where they rent scooters from them or something.
Okay. Well, I guess he took some of his investments and bought a scooter company.
I don't know if he or bought part of it. I don't know exactly.
Okay. All right, we heard Joe Biden.
I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years.
40 years.
And that I'm going to beat Joe Biden.
So I guess he's going to beat him. Author says Hillary Clinton is 2 different people. Well, that might be fun. I don't know, but I've heard all about Hillary Clinton, you know. You think the guy's going to talk about Hillary being a clone? That might be fun. Or two different types of people. I don't know. We'll find out later. So it turns out that this man, this Harvard professor, among three charged with lying about Chinese government ties, nothing ever happened about this guy. It's like the government doesn't want to talk about it because it kind of leads back to America. The release of the coronavirus out of the area of Logan Airport around April. And he, along with two Chinese nationalists, one of them was a lieutenant in the Red Army, accompanying him, were carrying 21 vials of the deadly disease out of the country, but no mention of this anywhere. This was January 28th, 2020, but here we are, May, and there's still no talk about it. Yeah, it's got to lead somewhere other than Wuhan. That's why the Trump doesn't want to talk about it, because I think Trump wants to hold the whole Wuhan thing over the Chinese head in the trade negotiations he's having with his own personal debt of $600 million. You ran into marijuana? How is that possible? You can't eat or sleep? Wow. You paid 15 grand for an entire fleet of bird scooters so you could like rent them out? Huh. Okay. Sounds like somebody conned you into it. Hi. How are you? 60 whatever. It sounds like somebody conned you out of 15 grand, man. You have the bird scooters in your possession? And anybody who runs out of marijuana needs to move to Michigan or to, I guess Missouri legalized it too. There's some good property values out there in Missouri. Yeah. You know, I was thinking of moving out to Springfield, right near the underground food storage area. Springfield, Missouri is where the underground food bunker is. Yeah, like this little house for $29,000 out on Scott Street. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. Wow, perfect. I can move right in. Welcome back. Hello. $29,000 in Springfield, Missouri, everybody. Isn't it amazing? Nice. It's a fixer-upper. It's got a nice big backyard. Look at that. Those hardwood floors could be polished down. Be decent. Kitchen's decent. Just, you know what a lot of people do with those cabinets? They just, put a thick coat of really good acrylic white paint on it. Looks great. The old cabinets could be painted up. They're okay. Well, I mean, Flavor Town. No, this is not Long Island. This is Springfield, man. That's got a lot of rooms. And, the bathroom could be a little bit better, but hey, that tile. You could redo that whole thing. Nice indoor garage. Utility room. $29,000. That is not bad for a 1,000 square foot house. Isn't it amazing? A lot of good deals out there. $21,000, Springfield. Now you can grow marijuana at Springfield, Missouri now. It's legal. Michigan too. You bought a tow behind trailer, 15 feet long, big enough to live in if you need to. Excellent. That's a smart move. Good job, man. You can store all your scooters in there. Make sure you sanitize the scooters too, because they may have COVID on them. Did you get the scooter terminal they give you to manage where your scooters go so you can, repossess them when they get stolen? Gilda Radner. Yeah, you shouldn't have to spend a lot of money to grow your own. They allow up to 6 plants, I think. Michigan allows 12 plants. Yeah, rescuers are reaching for the crash that we saw. Of
This is
somebody.
that horrific plane crash in Pakistan, slamming into a crowded neighborhood. Look at that. Wow. Followed by a desperate search in the rubble for victims. Miraculously, at least 2 people survived, but nearly 100 others were lost. ABC's Maggie Rulli has more.
Oh my God! Tonight, rescue teams in Pakistan are searching through plane debris and building rubble for victims of the crash. Of the nearly 100 people on board, miraculously, at least 2 people survived, including this man, who says that after the crash, he unfastened his seatbelt, saw a light, ran, and jumped out of the plane. The pilot declaring an emergency as he tried to land in Karachi after a 90-minute flight.
Wheels are proceeding back, sir. We have lost engine.
Issuing a distress call in the final moments.
Mayday, mayday, mayday.
Witnesses on the ground saying they saw the plane try to land 2 or 3 times before crashing into the crowded neighborhood just 2 miles from the airport.
Terrible.
The country has been under a strict coronavirus lockdown and only this week resumed domestic flights, setting a maximum limit of 100 passengers per plane. Many people on this flight were trying to make it home in time to celebrate the end of Ramadan with their loved ones. And Tom, the State Department has confirmed that a U.S. citizen was on board that plane as it crashed, but they say they can't confirm if that person was killed or if they were one of those miraculous survivors. Tom?
Maggie Rulli for us tonight. Maggie, thanks.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thank you.
Thanks, George. I think I'd rather look at property in Missouri. Is Missouri one of those states where they're going to haul you out and ID you, COVID ID you? You know, I'm going to set this up so I can get at least an acre. Yeah. I've always wanted to live in Missouri, you know. Wow, these are pretty big lots. Apparently they all fit the bill. I guess you get an acre out in Missouri, no problem. No, I asked for an acre and they gave me 3/4 of an acre. No. Apparently I put it in the wrong area. Any with swimming pools? Keyword pool. Done. Well, yeah, they've got like groups of pools, but nobody's got a pool for under 50,000. That's a bit. You get like a community pool. Emerald Park. Swim with the other people in Emerald Park. No, I couldn't get a pool for 50 grand. Well, yeah, they're a water feature. They add value. I'm glad you all came back on the show. We don't have anything to talk about. We've been doing this for 68 days, and we still have a president that won't release us from this bondage. What the hell? And you Trump-tardigans still support him. I don't understand what's going on. So you're going to buy another rack of scooters, too? You just love scooters. I hope they don't get stolen. Then you'll have to insure them. Or you'll have to insure them because you probably don't have insurance. Yeah, put this ATP stickers all over your scooters. You could be like Scooter Braun and take all the property rights of Taylor Swift away from him. Right? She lost all her property rights for her songs. Governor Whitmer, the socialist Nazi wannabe vice president, said she sent COVID-19 patients across the state to regional hubs to spread the virus, but kept patients out of the 1,000-bed TCF center in Detroit. Are you serious? Well, a pond would be nice. Yeah, Gilda. I put a pond in my house. I wanted a water feature, so I just buried a pond out there and I have a lot of fish. Hey, Takashi. Rapping the good truth. How you doing, man? Yeah, this has been a real kind of a nutty thing. She purposely spread the virus. Kind of like what Governor Andrew Cuomo did when he purposely set a whole bunch of people who had the virus into the nursing homes where the people were most vulnerable. which I think this could be a felony against her too. She purposely endangered all these old people. Same with Andrew Cuomo. So I think we may have a second felony for Governor Whitmer coming. Yeah, as soon as I take the reins of the presidency, we'll process these people as felons. It's weird that Donald Trump won't talk about that rhetoric. Yeah, she does look evil, Governor Whitmer. We ran her in a head-to-head race to Tulsi Gabbard last night, and Tulsi came out flying ahead of her as a potential VP. She has this face that's all stitched up, kind of like a phony, almost like the evil witch of the East, you know? Look at how fake her face is. It's almost like she's like Gertruda in Cinderella's story, you know? Remember how ugly Gertruda? Well, she could be Cinderella, I suppose, but I don't think so. David Educated, do you think that it's happening to the Republican with Trump is a reverse effect of what's happening to the Democrats? All I can tell you is that Republicans are going to lose their party affiliation because Trump is such an idiot. The Democrats are going to lose their party affiliation because they chose such an idiot as Biden. Both of them have virtually nothing to offer in terms of preventing our country from a massive exodus, a genocide, if you will. Neither one is addressing the obvious underlying plan to force vaccinate and COVID ID everybody. So if the American people don't vote with their consciences and awareness to vote for a third party candidate, they're screwed. Both parties will hook them into a forced vaccination thing. She seems kind of greasy, like she greases up her face, yeah. Sex before marriage? I don't think I've ever had sex per se. I'm not an incel though, because I had protected sex. COVID-19 phone location tracking, it's moving fast. This is what's happening. Gee, here I was looking for a nice place to get away from it all, and they're like sweeping in, trying to just grab every single person they can and COVID ID everybody. 19 phone location tracking is here. Oh, goody. See, this is the problem with the Democratic Party. They're so in tune with the New World Order. And that's a problem, especially for Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice has been a disaster. I don't think sex with a condom is sex. No, I don't believe that. And no one ever can say that in my room and ever stand more than a few seconds. Let's take a look at Beetlejuice, shall we? Well, first let's take a look at the guy whose main purpose is to inject us all. He's decided this is his main goal in life. Ironically, it can't possibly be a goal. Trump hasn't spoken out about him, and now they got Trump acting like a little scared puppy, wearing his mask like a good little trained dog. Here, Donald. Here, Donald. Catch the ball, Donald. Woof, woof. Look at him wear a mask. What a joke. And now we found out masks don't even prevent the virus at all. And we also found out the virus is not airborne. I mean, we've learned so much recently from the top expert in her field from Ireland. Wow, she really laid it on the line. Dr. Dolores J. Cahill, everybody. Here she is.
So what we have to say is the policy is entirely wrong, and I'm happy to debate in America or Ireland or anywhere with people. There is no need for social distancing. There is no need for masks. Once people know nutrition, vitamins, and hydroxychloroquine can prevent it and treatment, that actually the whole world should be opening up on the 25th of May, 2020. And also, we should never do this again, because once you clear the virus, you will be immune for life.
Wow. It's wonderful. Why would we need this nutcase pushing dangerous vaccines that are potentially filled with cancer-causing viruses? Not to mention the detergents and various other things they're putting in there. Disinfectants. Yeah. I don't know. I don't care if it is a presidential mask. He looked like a pussy. No president should have to wear a mask. No. All the air around him should be completely antiseptically cleaned. Donald Trump admitted that he was a prisoner when he wore that mask. In fact, you guys are admitting you're prisoners when you wear a mask. It's part of a ritual. Whenever somebody commits genocide, they always have you wear a mask. Well, not always. It's common. Let's just put it that way. Well, look at executioners. What do they do when they get ready to kill somebody? They put a mask on their head. Now, I wear a mask for a different reason. I've been wearing masks for years to protect my lungs from dangerous hydrocarbons, but when I chose to smoke marijuana or vape, I chose the right kind of hydrocarbons, and I said, yeah, I want some tetrahydrocannabinol. But I didn't want the hydrocarbons that are considered toxic. And CBD is not proven to be toxic, neither is THC. So when I was younger, I used to wear a mask all the time. Yeah, this guy talks about what I've been talking about, how it's a ritual for it's characteristics of an initiation ritual. The TrueStream Media has the subject. We'll take a look at this tonight. It's part of the mask-wearing ritual. And what they're trying to do is deprive you of your First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, and many other amendment rights that you're guaranteed in the Constitution.
Losing their jobs, losing their income.
Reality is just a word, and you shouldn't use it without quotation marks around it anyway. I like that. TrueStream Media does a great job. We'll look at their video tonight. That'll be good. Yeah, so, I mean, if you want to wear a mask, it's entirely up to you, but it is kind of a demeaning thing, considering it doesn't prevent the virus, according to that top Miss Cahill, the top Irish microbiologist and immunologist. Wearing glasses makes me look a little bit different. I could wear glasses. But wearing a mask makes you look subservient. And that's exactly why the elitists put together this COVID-19 scam. And Judy Mikovits is still being banned off of the air. Nobody will let her talk. She's just trying to get her message out.
This COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations. Contagious cancer. Look at the exploding cancer rates. Look at Lou Gehrig's. We have bucket challenges and all we ever knew was Lou Gehrig. You know, look at the environmental toxins, not just the viruses, but the aluminum, the formaldehyde, these mandated vaccines, that all liability was removed when Tony Fauci stood next to Ronald Reagan in 1986. So what it makes me feel when I look at that TV, you know, I can't even describe the horror. Why are these people, Robert Redfield, all these people, everyone knew they committed these crimes in the 80s.
I know. Now, she's been dealing with this backlash of this for years in her life, and it affected her her ability to work. And Fauci said he'd never ever let her work again in the industry, and she's been through all kinds of things. Pasta fagioli. Did you have a pasta fagioli today? Is that what you said you had? Did you make it yourself, or do you buy it at? Are they serving it to go at Olive Garden? Yes, I could. I'll work on that tonight. I've got a steak I can pull out tonight and marinate. I'll do that. Good idea. I was planning on doing that anyway. Hey, we have a website, or I should say I have a website. I created it in 1995. And it's a pretty cool place to hang out. It's coolrock.com. Our show's on it for 14 hours a day. And you can go down here and check out all the links. You know the drill. One of my links is Foods Worldwide. I want to see what pasta fagioli looks like around the world. Let's take a look. Pasta fagioli. Wow. I'd be more interested in pasta carbonara, frankly. Ah, yummy. Beautiful. Even though carbonara is considered a typical Roman dish, its origins are quite vague and often disputed. The name is said to have been derived from the Carbonaria, woodcutters and charcoal makers who lived in the Apennine Mountains of northeastern Rome, and who supposedly cooked their pasta over a hardwood charcoal fire and tossed it with eggs and cheese. Popular theory claims that carbonara was invented after the liberation of Rome, when food shortages were so severe that the Allied troops distributed bacon and powdered eggs, which the local population would then mix with water to make pasta sauce. So it's that bacon flavor that you like with the carbonara. Yeah, I don't think I really want to do pasta fagioli. It has beans in it, doesn't it? Anyway, you can check that out at coolrock.com. It's a place you can, do a lot of things, actually. Make original music, have fun. Future House Fusion. Wow, what's that? I was just reminded that Biden is allegedly having groped a woman, and many people are wondering now, Trump with 23 allegations of sexual molestation of women, are either one of these guys really safe around a lady, or let alone a young girl? Yeah, I'm a little bit freaked out by both Biden and Trump on that weird level that, what could they be doing? Who could they be touching now? So many of us are wondering if Trump is like this privately. We know that he's got some similar pictures like this, touching little girls and, embracing them and warm caresses and smelling their hair and burying his head in their head. And this is totally inappropriate behavior. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any more inappropriate than that. But, his excesses, Trump's excesses, have also been well noted. I don't have to go very far to, talk about the allegations of Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal and blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure exactly what more I can say about this. Other than Garrison's got a very good one. This is kind of typified. This all started when the beginning of the fear-mongering started and the tyranny began. And this is called the Hegelian dialectic. And Ben Garrison made a funny satire about it. The Hegelian parade, he called it. They create the problem that only they have a solution for. And the reaction is fear. The problem was, oh my gosh, we've got a dangerous virus and it's killing millions of people, when it's not. The fear is the media kept talking about it nonstop until we wore masks, even though they don't work. The tyranny is when they take away your rights forever and then stick you with the worst possible presidential choices on earth. The choice between an old, demented pervert and an old, demented pervert. Which old, demented pervert do you want in the upcoming election? Or don't you really want a party that can address this corruption? Come on, people. You got a picture of your trailer? Wow, let's take a look. That's nice, man. Yeah, I saw those on sale for about, that's a 12-footer? Or is that 10-foot? Looks like a 10-footer. I saw those on sale for about $4,000 or $5,000. Did you do pretty well on the trailer? Yeah, good for you. Oh, you want to see the one about Biden and the blacks? I don't know why you want to see that. He does have a thing for black people, and yeah, I did show you this, right? Biden gently caressing the hair of Jimi Hendrix, whilst him saying, "Excuse me, while I sniff this guy." Yeah. I really don't want to make a big issue of Biden. He's not going to be the president. You know that, right? Can we just kind of stop talking about Biden? Because we know he won't make it. Trump is really the one we have to deal with because he's the guy in charge right now, making the worst decisions on earth. And I've got to convince a lot of Trump tards that he took my ideas. So I'd rather go over to my wall area where we're building a 1,000-mile fence. Yeah, except right now they're spending all our money. Yeah, we've got a whole lot of problems here. This is the money that we're being wasted, right? With Pelosi taking out another $3 trillion. It's not looking good for America. Our financials are looking really bad. But the good thing about the fence, the container wall, is it only costs $1 billion. Let me get that out of the way. You move my infrastructure bank over here. We're going to have to do some debt consolidation when we rebuild the United States of America. But I'll get to that later. Maybe another night. This 1,000-mile container fence is built with stacked containers, one on top of the other, and linked together and welded. And we can do this for $1 billion. However, the government cannot possibly do that. They want to rip us off, and Trump is already charging $4 billion for the small 133-mile fence he's built already. That's Led Zeppelin, yeah. Experience goes like, "Excuse me while I kiss the sky." All right, thank you. So this is the amount of money we're blowing right now when we only need $1 billion to produce this 1,000-mile container fence. So you can see how out of whack our spending is, right? I'm glad you can figure that out. This really means 2.3 trillion, and this means 3 trillion. I just made it simple. It is on fire. I don't think RuPaul is really relevant to our show right now. Oh, you said debt per taxpayer is $205,000? No. In your mind it is, but once we bankrupt the U.S. and bring back the United States of America, that you won't have to pay a penny. All right? Relax. None of you signed on to be citizens of the United States. Well, I know what the debt clock will be paid off. We have 50 trillion in store for us at the World Bank. They know it. We know it. Karen Hudas knows it. We didn't see Karen Hudas last night, but we'll see her tonight, I think. Yeah, we're worried about the fact that we have $50 trillion in our bank account at the World Bank, and they borrowed nearly 30 trillion coming up at the end of this year. When they get done spending the next stimulus plan, this one, they'll have borrowed 30 trillion. We'll never pay that back. So I'm going to suggest we put the United States into bankruptcy and pull back the United States of America out of bankruptcy and restructure it with a brand new business plan, including an infrastructure bank, offering 2% loans to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. That means everybody works who's a U.S. citizen and a U.S. company. The debt consolidation will occur when we resolve this massive debt we have with China. We need to figure out why they didn't talk about this Wuhan problem for 2 months. It cost our nation and other nations a lot of money. Yeah, I heard about the Mexican guys that, well, they can slip, right now, the fence that Trump built, they can slip kilos of heroin and cocaine through them. Even fentanyl could be handed through the slats. So why would Trump put a slat fence in when we have a drug problem down there? Even that tells you the guy's a nitwit. Let's face it. It's just absurd. Well, let's be clear. Let's go for a blue rim and a red background. Oh, say, can you see? There you go. USA. So USA, bringing the United States of America back really is a bigger plan than I could even put my finger on right now. But we will have to restructure our debt. What Pelosi did recently will make it impossible for us to get out of debt. So it's no problem. At least we'll get out from under debt, and we'll be able to build up with the equity that we'll have left, which after all is said and done will probably be $20 trillion. We'll still shore up our property. All of our personal assets will still be shored up. Our dollar will be still vibrant. And I wouldn't doubt that we could make a couple strategic moves to make more money as well. Now, unlike Trump, I don't want to profit at all from the presidency, and I don't expect to make a penny other than my salary. And 25% of my salary will go back to the garden, because we need to get back to the garden. 67,000 inmates were released from jail. Unbelievable. And they're raping and killing people. Trump is so inept, he would even allow that.
Hi, everybody. It is May 21, 2026.
Never lose truth.
67,000 criminals released so far under coronavirus jailbreak. And crime keeps rising.
Well, she'll be looking at that tonight. She's got a nice little video about that. We've seen a tremendous amount of criminal activity increase, but at the same time, we're not really understanding it. San Jose police chief said he couldn't understand what Gavin Newsom suggested, that they'd start attacking people who are sitting out there having a birthday party after just releasing a bunch of hardened criminals from their jails. He said, I can't even make sense of that. And I agree with the police chief in San Jose. In fact, I plan on elevating him to a higher post, if he's willing. Man stood up for what was right. Khashoggi murder was political, not personal. I don't know. Did we ever get proof that Khashoggi died? Yeah, we never did get any DNA confirmation that he died. But you might be right. It probably is political. Yeah, he probably had secrets on the Saudi Prince MBS he didn't want to let out if he did die. This woman is telling people that, oh yeah, she's begging people to get the damn vaccine. Wow. And then PK's got this whole expose going on. That'll be good. We'll play that tonight too.
Hearing the term climate change or even coronavirus was bad. Get used to it, folks. Vaccines, vaccination is going to be the word for God knows how long.
Good question. None of this started with us, so don't blame yourself for any of this, okay? Please. We have a better world awaiting us. A future world in America, if we so choose.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah!
Oh, yeah.
I have to turn that off. It keeps popping up every time I go in there. So the future of America could veritably be a brand new ocean pipeline providing fresh water in the state of California and eastward toward Nevada, Arizona. Thank you. I'm not the only person who's talked about passive desalination that's fossil free. There are other people around the world discussing passive desalination, and I think that's a great thing. It's kind of a common creative thing, Creative Commons thing. You can't really patent the idea. It's as old as the Aborigine Indians in Australia. They did that similar thing with big leaves. They'd put over a salt water and it would drip down and they'd drink the fresh water. It's the same exact principle. So we don't have to really do too much other than gear up industries to create these and give you guys jobs installing them. And once they're there, they're good for 40 years. You like PK's cursing and brutal honesty? Yeah, I do too. I just can't see constantly, yelling at things and complaining. I can do enough of that in the show every night, but I mean, for me, it just gets a little bit tiresome to hear somebody constantly bitch and complain. Hertz just filed Chapter 11 due to drop in demand for rental cars. Right. This is all due to Donald Trump's ineptitude. If you Republicans still think that Trump, it's not his fault, it's the governor's, no, it's not. It is Donald Trump's fault because he's not leading by example. In America, in my future America, there'll be plenty of water. There'll be a massive water solution, which will be low cost, which will undermine the powers that be that want to constantly make money on water and turn it into the next oil. The plethora of water will undermine the pricing of water, so water will be almost free in the future. Marijuana will be ultimately almost free as well, but people will buy it because it's hard to grow, and it will provide a great source for income and profit sharing, as well as profit centers. People can sell their wares, make various derivatives of marijuana and cannabis, including hempcrete and hempsulation. Will be a very liberating force in our country. Yeah. One of the reasons why I believe that we could easily turn this around is we have all the components necessary to really kind of make the country a better place. We, unlike the Democrats, Republicans, don't believe in forced vaccinations. We don't believe that you have to eat genetically modified food, and it won't necessarily make you healthier, and it certainly won't help the environment. And we will stop the chemtrails making the skies a lot cleaner like this. We never had a president who will really address the chemtrail problem, and I will take it on head on, and nobody's going to stand in my way. If you want to call me some sort of a weirdo because I believe that they're spraying chemicals on us, I have more than enough proof at chemtrailparty.com to back myself up. So you can just go to chemtrailparty.com and look it up, see all of these things that are being done to us that we are not dealing with. The biggest problems we're having would be an incredibly devious plan to install smart dust in our air. Wow, this is quite a conspiracy theory. It says this, the Chinese were all given mandatory vaccines last fall. The vaccine contained replicating digitized controlled RNA, which were activated. See, I can't believe that. I don't believe that the coronavirus was activated in their lungs from a vaccine. I would believe that maybe nanoparticles would be activated by a 5G system, but not the virus itself. I think that's just a ridiculous conspiracy theory. I'm getting rid of that link. Well, let's be clear. Now, if there are things in the vaccine like luciferase, which is a biotracer with the name Lucifer, that could be monitored, and RFIDs, chips, smart chips could be put in there, but the idea that it could be activated by, no. I think more likely that 5G itself is dangerous. That's what I think. So we want to filter water. We want to make sure that we filter the air as well. And like I said, no chemtrails. That's the future. All right? If you didn't think that was the future, that's my future. If we don't make that happen, we can at least pre-visualize it right now. There's no reason for people to be breathing contaminated air and eating toxins. It's been going on for too long. And at the very least, we're going to stop that. All right, let's go to a guy who just doesn't care about anything.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I have wondered that, and I'm glad you were the one that resolved it for me. Thank you. This is my depopulation room where we work out all the kinks of what they're doing to us right now. It's really very simple. The process of eliminating the human race involves a very slow poisoning process, slowly sterilizing them with the 5G network and spraying RFID chips in the atmosphere. Gives us the upper hand at reducing their immune capability. The RFID will help me bag and trag all the people as they're being brought into the FEMA camps to be eliminated. It's a very beautiful concept in which we enslave the human race and then replace everyone with a robot. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. We've got a guy named Mobius who says that the COVID vaccine isn't the answer to recovery. That's what I want to hear, being they can't come up with a vaccine for a replicating RNA mutation. We'll want to hear from this guy.
For the vaccine, where it seems like one headline has the ability to turn the markets and sentiment around. How are you digesting that kind of news flow?
I think this vaccine thing is overdone. I really don't think it's that important, frankly. For a number of reasons. One, okay, let's say they find a vaccine, they talk about the end of the year. How long will it take for everybody to be vaccinated? I mean, this is just a no-goer. I think the only way out of this is to get people back to work, back on the streets, back shopping. We're seeing this here in Germany. People are shopping again. Okay, they're online, they're keeping their distance, they have their masks. But I think that's the only solution, particularly for emerging markets, where you have young populations who are resistant to these diseases. So I think let's not wait for the vaccine. I don't think that's the answer.
I agree. Okay, Trump, let's see, this was an article you sent me about Trump and nuclear. Let's see, I don't have that on the screen here yet. Trump administration discussed conducting first U.S. nuclear test in decades. Oh my God, no, dude. You can't even wipe your ass. Don't conduct a nuclear test. Have you smelled Trump's butt lately? It's just horrible. When he walks by, it's like he doesn't even wipe his butt. You haven't checked that out? Okay, yeah, forget this. I don't want to talk about him having another nuclear test. Planes spray the city of the night. Yeah, I hear you. I hope you're not buying more weapons in anticipation of stopping the. The 5G is indestructible. You don't hurt the 5G. Yeah, I know. 5G actually will take and neutralize any weapons. That's the problem. Another thing I'd like to do is develop a 5G plus system that's safe for people. Right now we don't have that. Quite the opposite. We have a 5G unsafe situation. We've got all kinds of potential dangers from the 5G towers that are blasting radio frequencies all over the place. I went out and bought a EMF meter. I'm going to be doing some more work with the EMF meter and building Faraday cages and shields around all my Wi-Fi equipment. I've got 1/1 right now, and I noticed that I was walking through a door in our office and it was just a little bit too much RF frequency coming out. So I now don't go through that door anymore. I go through the other side. Little things you can do like that once you find out that this stuff is bad. But what I'm proposing is not destroying anything, but rather making sure it's safe. Building it up to a point with Faraday shields and limiters so it is definitely safer. All right? A safer alternative. Oh, here we go. Spraying at night, planes, spraying in the evening, chemtrails. This is bad.
And here, I'm going to show you.
All right. What the heck is going on? Are they disinfecting now? Aerial spraying at night. Planes spray the city at night. COVID-19 conspiracy theories in Mexico's motor town. Wow. Huh. People are wondering if they're just spraying the virus on them. I don't really see the story here. I just see a lot of pictures. It's mostly Mexico and their problem that they're having with the COVID-19. If they're spraying at night, you got to wonder what that's all about. It's your birthday today. Hey, Big 42. Congratulations, J Mix. And there's somebody else who had a birthday today, too. Happy birthday. That's great. Congratulations. You deserve it. Yeah, 42, that's not bad. I remember when I turned 40, 42 was a good year. Somebody was asking, why does Gates have a Center for Global Human Population Reduction? We don't understand how he can possibly be wanting to help people with vaccines if he has a Center for Global Human Population Reduction. Hey, Ted Kaczynski is 78 today, too. J-Mix. Wow. Special round of applause for Ted Kaczynski? No. He doesn't have any new pictures because nobody's allowed to talk to him in prison. Let's see if we have a photograph of him. Wow. Where is this guy? Yeah, he's in jail somewhere. He's 78 now, but he's a lot older than these pictures were taken. Ted Kaczynski was the Unabomber. People don't realize that Ted Kaczynski was in the U.S. Air Force and a highly trained weapons expert, part of a secret force. That never went public. Yeah, I guess he wasn't allowed to defend himself in trial. He must have mentioned that he was a weapons-trained bomb expert in the U.S. Air Force. I'm amazed they never talked about that. No, that's him. He's in Colorado at Supermax. What, do you hang out with him? Are you talking about a wacko environmentalist, really? Well, he wrote that manifesto against science, against technology. Well, I don't believe in aliens per se. I believe that there's a life outside of our planet. I don't know if it's like a reptilian going, hey, dude, you want to hang out? We could, French kiss or something. No, I am too busy worrying about how anyone could possibly learn to pick their nose through a face mask. Never mind. When you rely on Dr. Fauci and Donald Trump, you mind if I call him Dr. Trump? Because he's so smart. He's a very stable genius. He's suggesting that we all try vaccines out on dying people. And he's got Dr. Fauci teaching people how to pick their nose through the air mask. That's good for at least one laugh. So we know they're committing eldercide. We know they're trying to break the Nuremberg Code, which was designed to stop Nazis from force vaccinating and force testing people. You're not allowed to be used as a human guinea pig. We got that going for us, which is nice. It's Ted Kaczynski's birthday. And Jay Mix's birthday. How cool is that? Not. Actually, it's pretty cool that you are who you say you are. Let's see if we're getting our link. Yeah, we're finally coming in. I was having a hard time getting into our show. You got a link for me? Law enforcement needs a search warrant just to look at the lock screen on your smartphone. Seattle judge rules as robbery suspect says FBI turned on his phone and viewed the screen. Oh yeah, that's true. They need a search warrant if they want to look at the screen on your smartphone, but now with Mitch McConnell's newest law, they don't need a search warrant to look at your history. U.S. District Court in Seattle Monday in the favor of Joseph Sam, who was arrested for robbery and assault in May of 2019. The judge, Coffenor, has said that looking at an individual's lock screen is classified as a search, meaning law enforcement cannot do this without a search warrant. The judge said sometimes police officers can carry out a search without a warrant, so this could have been unconstitutional in some circumstances. But 7 months later, an FBI agent turned the suspect's phone on again and took a photo of the lock screen. The judge said this was unconstitutional because the FBI cannot conduct a search without a warrant. Hey, at least there's a positive judge ruling. And you know, every single judge has overturned social distancing rules in America, which is great news. Yeah. Pelosi's trying to enjoy this time where the economy's shut down. They're saying that Pelosi and all the Democrats are just elated that the economy's struggling. And it shows you how evil the Democrats are, that they're actually seeing this as a big win for their party, destroying our economy. Isn't that sick? Yeah, I really believe that's happening too. I truly believe the Republicans are right about Pelosi. I never said I liked her. I don't like Biden either. I wish the Democrats would be more centrist, but they're not. But it does bother me that Donald Trump is trying to profit from hydroxychloroquine. That is just a mind blower. And he and Jared are trying to profit from the COVID test kits they want to force upon you. So that's just as bad as Pelosi in many ways. Both the Democrats and Republicans want to take away your rights. They want to force test and force vaccinate you. So both parties need to go down. That's the bottom line. We can't allow this nonsense to continue. Now, half of Fox viewers believe that Gates wants to use the virus vaccines to track you. That's because he truly does. He's got COVID ID 2020 in the works, and there's no joke about it. I mean, that's what Gates has been saying all along. So we know for a fact that Bill Gates has this initiative, and he needs to be investigated as a war criminal. Laura Ingraham says digitally tracking Americans' every move has been a dream of the globalists for years. And I agree with Laura on this one. This health crisis is the perfect vehicle for them to push this. I totally agree with the Republicans on this one. But I wish they'd turn to their leader and get some direction. He's not telling everybody, every governor, he's not telling that what they're doing is unconstitutional. Donald Trump has an obligation as our president to lead us right now and lead us with the Constitution, and he's not doing that. It's almost like he never read the Constitution, which is true. He never did. He couldn't read it. He said it was like a foreign language. Well, I don't know. I mean, they said shut it down, so I shut it down. God. I can't believe we've even come to this point. And now he's wearing a mask like a little puppet. You could never get me to wear a mask, especially since the top microbiologists are saying, you don't have to wear a mask, David. You see, by the time I'm president, they won't be allowed to spray smart dust in the air. I will prevent that from happening. We will go into the smart dust labs and we will destroy everything they have. You won't be allowed to spray smart dust on the American people in this country. We will not allow it. We won't allow chemtrails to be put in canisters and dumped on the population like insects. I won't allow it. So I guess my world will be a little different than Trump or Biden's world. No, smart dust is not smart. It's downright retarded. The idea of sticking something in the air that's so small that it could land in our lungs and stick there the rest of our lives is sick. Meanwhile, we're staying 6 feet apart like it's a big deal. I'm going to add Trump's name to almost every negative thought on earth. By the time the show's over, you'll be wondering why you ever voted for Donald Trump. And I only got 5 more minutes left. I'm just saying, man. I mean, hey, I'm not going to blame you for voting for Trump because you were that stupid. No. No way. You can learn. We can all grow up out of this. Yeah, you voted for Trump because he said Obama was bad. Well, you didn't know Trump was going to profit from COVID testing and force it upon you, did you? Yeah, you didn't hear about that. Trump just cares about one thing, his own personal profit. That's really what's going on with him. I'm going to bring back the tree women. There they are. Dedicated to a beautiful world. The tree women. Pretty funny. I have no limit to how I can associate all the problems of the country with Donald Trump. I'd be willing to take the heat for whatever happens and comes our way after the Trump nightmare. Well, he's been lying so much. You know, that I don't know about. Somebody said he wrote this. I don't believe. I think this is one of these fake Twitter things. New developments on the recently updated Air Force One project, new and greatly improved with the possibility of a vape lounge in the wing. I think somebody was using one of those fake things. Have Donald Trump write a fake tweet for you. Yeah, I don't even think I should even keep that in the library. But Trump has got negative aspects that just keep adding to the... It's like a laundry list of things, one after the other. And he's carrying baggage that we don't even need to carry, like his hostility towards China. Hey, if you're wondering why this man looks different, because he's on two different types of really good sativa and indica. The effect of sativa in one eye and indica in the other. I just had to show you that because it was getting, you know, sitting in there in my library. I had to show it to you. I think we're pretty much there. With no cameo appearances from. No, there she is. Back for more. Yeah, we have a pretty good replacement for her tonight. A much prettier woman and much more interesting woman who understands your rights to freedom. Whereas this woman wants to take away your rights to freedom. We've got Crystal Tini tonight. A candid interview with her. Much nicer than Ocasio. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. I don't know how anyone could look like that. Hey, you. So, without much ado, we're going to bring in a very special lady who tells it like it is. Today, we're going to bring in Crystal Tini from Hollywood, California, and her opinions about things. I know. Yeah, let's dance. Yeah, you got to go pee. Okay, you go do that. We'll be bringing Crystal Tini in just a bit. She'll be talking about her experience as a person living in LA, wanting to go to the beach and still being locked down. I mean, Governor Newsom is over the top. He's shut down the beautiful state of California for no reason. So she'll be telling you her views. We were waiting for her to come out with a video, so we'll play it again for you tonight at the beginning of our video hour. Now, this is day 68. You know, tomorrow's day 69, and we were going to make jokes about it, but it's a landmark time because in about 2 days, we're probably going to be no longer at the phase we're in and probably ending our show, extended show, and go back to our regular schedule. Yeah. I'd like to, you know, stop the extended morning show because I start at 11. I normally want to start at 5 every day. So we'll go back to the old show probably after Sunday, I would think. Right around Sunday, we'll do that. I'm going to keep the 7-day show, though. We're going to keep the 7-day show, even though we were doing 6-day shows for a while. Phase 1 has got to go over. Yeah, we're going to end the phase 1 period. I can't do 14-day shows forever. Or rather, 14-hour shows forever. Well, you can still do the show. It's still going to be 10 hours a day, not 14. Or 9 hours a day. Yeah, we'll be doing. We'll be on the 14-day schedule through the weekend. But right around the weekend, I'm going to drop back to the 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. showtime. Right now, we're at 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. So it's an extra 6 hours. I really need private time to do stuff around the house. I have a lot of projects that I can't do. Well, if I had numbers in the hundreds every day in the chat rooms, I would do the 14-hour show. But our numbers have been, we've been holding on to people. We haven't elevated past 5 to 10 people over in DLive. Our numbers at iVlog, like tonight, we're right around 12, which is really low from my perspective. And Vaughn, the numbers we have at Vaughn, let's see what I have over there. $54 watching, thank you. So we're topping out at about 54 watching at Vaughn with only about 10 or 15 chatters or 20 chatters, 25 chatters. I can see doing this 10 hours a day or 9 hours a day, but 14 hours a day, it's a bit much. 2 to midnight is good. No, I think 1 o'clock is important because we got people staying up pretty late. But phase 1 is ending May 25th. By May 25th, we will be on our new schedule. Back to the old schedule, basically. But I am adding Sunday, so you're getting something out of the deal. Yeah, I was thinking of flying to Italy, but I haven't been able to negotiate a way of flying without actually getting a plane. And not having a passport, that complicates things. Well, what happened is our country shut down for no reason. And now if we can pick up our pieces and move on, but our president doesn't seem to be leading and telling people you can't enforce stay-at-home orders. He doesn't seem to be telling Jay Inslee that he can't force a COVID IDing or quarantining. Trump isn't making any statement that would stop the excesses of governors gone wild. Instead of girls gone wild, it's governors gone wild. So without Trump leading at this point with any real solid constitutional direction, we are just going to have to, obviously just get going again. The whole country just has to start up. There are people really, really struggling from this in the restaurant industry, the casino industry. All these industries have been shut down. They're barely holding together. And like our drive-in theater I told you about, they may have to close down if Jay Inslee doesn't allow them to open up. And it's like impossible. The impossible restrictions being placed on us. And their hospitals are empty. Tell that to everybody. Hospitals are empty. We're basically being lied to. And they used a lot of statistical manipulation over the past few months. So people need to still be told. She's got the horse mouth, really. If people aren't told that our leaders are incompetent, and they aren't told that our hospitals are empty, and you sit here and believe that somehow your knowledge is helping, you got to actually tell other people in your family that they're lying to you and tell them to go check out the hospitals. I tell as many people as I can, go to the hospitals and look yourself with your own eyes. They're empty. People aren't using the hospitals anymore. So the lie is getting to be ridiculous. And when Governor Whitmer made these ridiculous movements of patients across state lines, she violated laws. When Andrew Cuomo decided to claim he's not investigating any elder side for the past 3 months, he's committing a felony by doing that. When he purposely sent people who were infected into the nursing homes where people were most vulnerable by law, and then he tried to get rid of the proof on his website, he committed another felony. So all these people, like Andrew Cuomo and Governor Whitmer, will be facing prosecution from me once the U.S. changes direction. I'll be instigating a series of grand jury investigations into the actions that are going on right now. And we will be prosecuting Bill Gates for a crime against humanity. I promise you that. It looks more and more like Bill Gates created the vaccine to push it on the American people. And they worked in collateral support with the Chinese government and the Russian government to pull this off. And their numbers just disappeared. The people who are in China stopped dying, and it became more than obvious that this was a huge psyops put over on the American economy. This story is extremely disturbing. It's from the UK, and it gives you proof that they've been padding the statistics, manipulating statistics right under our nose. In the UK, tens of thousands of coronavirus tests have been double counted, officials admit. This is from the Telegraph. 2 samples taken from the same patient are being recorded as 2 separate tests in the government's official figures. So the same people are being counted twice. And this is to pad their numbers so that they can continue pushing this agenda of forced vaccinations on the UK people. Almost 350,000 more tests have been reported in government data than people tested since the start of the pandemic. So all the numbers from the pandemic are absolute bogus. Like I said from the get-go of this show, the coronavirus numbers, you have to multiply by 20%. That's what the real number is. The COVID tests themselves are 80% inaccurate. So the real numbers are way lower than even a severe seasonal flu. This is all a massive over-exaggeration. Massive. And it's reached a point of ridiculousness. So we're all being lied to on a level that has never been seen before, and they're doing it to take over our freedoms and to put us in a box. And this has got to stop. So if you are a sound-minded body, get back to what you normally do. Yeah, don't keep abiding by ridiculous, unconstitutional stand-alone orders or stay in one place orders. It's absurd. Oxford Economics predicts Biden will win in 2020, except Biden won't know who he is by 2021. So the Democrats have a logical conundrum to be in. If they want to give me their endorsement, that'd be great. If the Democrats want to just say, hey, David, we want you to run against Trump, bring it. But for a guy who hasn't had any representation in the past 12 years and have been censored across the globe, I find that almost impossible. Trump's press secretary may have revealed private bank account number. Whoa, really? This is not good. She seems like a nitwit. I couldn't believe her little slideshow she did. Press secretary may have flashed his personal banking information while displaying the check of his quarterly salary donation. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Revealing the president's bank account number, what an idiot. The Trump promised to donate $400,000 of his presidential salary at each quarter. It's revealed that what entity receives the donation, but now she's showing the bank number. She not only revealed where this quarterly $100,000 donation was going, but inadvertently showcased what appeared to be real check from Capital One, complete with relevant details. Oh my God, what an idiot. Donald, I think you're going to have to fire her. I know she's been a wonderful assistant in the Oval Office for you, especially on the kneeling pad. But you need to fire her. Yeah, she's really a nitwit. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm beginning to like Sarah Huckabee Sanders more than the others. And I didn't like her to start with. Not very bright. Some reporter said something to her and she looked like a deer in the headlights. Yeah. Well, Capital One's got a very good relationship with Donald Trump. Yeah, he's been a big part of Capital One's success. These people work on side deals that are unbelievable. There's so many backhanded deals going on. I can only imagine how corrupt Donald is. We're going to unveil the corruption eventually when we do a deep research of all these side deals that they're doing right now. Our country's in almost a free fall right now because of his nonsense. It's a shame, too, because I could have easily saved this nation 12 years ago when I started this process, running against Barack Obama, but I was purposely censored in the media. Placenta time, that's right. That's not placenta, man. It's fruit enzyme. I told you that. But a long time ago, I made the effort to start this process of building a political movement in America, and I'm not done. I'm kind of just beginning. Even though it's been 12 years, it's a grueling process, and it has to take that level of sustainability and dedication to make it work. And now that you guys are becoming more aware, it's going to be a lot easier to sell more people on a third party in the middle of the political spectrum, where we can settle on our primary Bill of Rights and forget this other crap. Here I was.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54.
So I have made it. At that point, I will certainly try. No, I will never sell this Honda. It's going to be worth millions. What are you talking about? That Honda will be worth millions. Why didn't you change your shirt back then? What do you mean? I have that same shirt. I have it in my closet. I haven't worn it much since then. I'm not going to tell you what VPN company I use. That's a personal bit of information. But no, this was a 12 years ago. No, that was day 54. I was wearing the same shirt because, well, I washed the shirt since. That was 12 years ago, but I was doing a lot of, now mind you, this is the first 500-hour chunk of broadcasting I did. I've since done 30,000 hours. Okay? This was 10 hours a day, 54 straight days. I've now done 14-hour days, 68 days, and we'll be rounding out right around 70 when I finish up. Then we'll go back to our regular schedule of 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. But I have that. It's an Eddie Bauer, actually. That's an Eddie Bauer shirt. I was overwhelmed with the experience 12 years ago. Yeah. And because it was such a difficult process, this online experience, most of you don't realize how difficult this is. Well, the hours are still 14 hours up through the weekend. Right around the 25th is when we're going to go back to normal hours because of what the top microbiologist in the world has said. We're not going to wait for Dr. Fausist. We're not going to wait for Bill Gates to tell us when we can go back to work. Yeah, I'm going to take the word of the #1 top expert on the subject, Professor Dolores Cahill from Ireland. My hours were 5 to 1 a.m. and they'll go back to 5 to 1 a.m. Right now they're 11 to 1. So through the weekend will be 11 to 1. And after the week it'll be 5 to 1. You're welcome. But you've got to understand that doing the show for more than an hour is almost impossible. Most people get really burnt out by doing online entertainment and online everything. And I must tell you, it's gotten a lot harder over the past couple months than it ever was. So as I grew more capable of doing the longer shows, I expanded out, and then I bloomed out during the shutdown of phase 1. We'll go back to our regular show, but we will be doing a 7-day show. So I won't give that up. Until I take another trip, we'll be doing the 7-day show. Sarah and I haven't decided where we're going to go this summer. Hopefully not to the FEMA camps. I mean, where the world is going right now, we are all in a state of flux. So, but doing a show like this takes a tremendous amount of dedication, more than you'd ever realize. At the 600-day point, it was frustrating. And I told Sarah, you don't have to do more than a half an hour twice a night. That's when we got this new schedule where I do most of the hours, and she just comes in and gives me a little pickup. I knew I would be this soon, yeah. In fact, I was ready to go in 2008. We could have easily launched a campaign against Obama, but the mainstream media shut me down. At this point, I realized I was completely censored, and all of my press releases had been ignored by every media out there, but I knew that the message got out. Oh, no, you're talking about FEMA camp? That's not going to happen. No. No, I'm going to take all the FEMA camps out there. We're going to take the fencing down. When I become president, we're going to dismember the fencing, pull it all down, roll it up, and we're going to bring it to the southern border. There won't be fences around FEMA camps. That's a weapon. It can be used against the population. I don't want that. We're not that close, no. If we build this third party and stop these people, we'll be able to stop their big plan. Not only have I figured out what the Rockefellers are doing and Gates is doing and the Rothschilds are doing, but we actually know how they did it and how they failed. Through immense deduction and inductive thinking, I've managed to realize that the original plan was to douse the air with chemicals, weakening our immune system, and in the process, spray us with attenuated viruses. You see, about 7 years ago, they tried out a nasal spray for a vaccine. They found out it worked very well. They pulled it off the market, which didn't make sense, because they wanted to weaponize it. And when they did weaponize it, they thought they had the perfect solution. They could hit us all with a big virus, and then we'd all get sick, and then we'd all cram into the hospitals. That's why they all geared up for this massive death. Well, the elitists are the stupidest inbred scumbags on earth who want to get rid of people. And they made a big critical decision that was very bad. It was premature. And that gave us the advantage. So now this third party will really kind of kick off. We just have to get you guys to tell people about us. The thing is, they miscalculated the sun's ability to break the viruses down. The UV rays are out there so strong that they will burn up any viruses they spray in the air. So their big plan for a massive population drop is failing left and right. And they haven't been able to distribute their 5G antennas fast enough to use that as a weapon. So these incest inbred pieces of vile shit they call humans are elitist pigs that think they're going to get rid of us and terminate the human race, or at least 90% of us. And they just basically, they're going to eat it big time. Because the American people are aware now of what their big plan is. And we're not going to sit back and watch our great country getting ripped apart by a bunch of scumbags who think they're living the life in Zurich or whatever country they're in Switzerland and in Denver airport, wherever the hell they're living. They think they're going to do this to the human race. Well, they got another thing coming. Yeah, you can rebroadcast me. All my shows are available on YouTube. And we upload them every night. I should have my regular live show back by the 25th, too. I'm hoping to get that up and running again. We've had to wait through a month and a half. YouTube has censored us on our live show. And I've had to upload every night. About a month and a half ago, this guy who trolls us, Rodney, purposely called in and purposely made a terrible statement about Jewish people. And we then they must have called up. He and a bunch of other people called up and claimed it was on our show, and they went ahead and gave me a strike on my account on YouTube. I won't sue you for copyright, no. I've often wondered why people just don't cut everything I do up and make a funny show out of it. I really don't care what you do with the video I have, as long as you don't change the message. If you change the message, as long as it's satire, it's okay. But if you change the message and claim I said it, that's illegal. People are suffering. People are dying. How dare you? So yeah, I really want people to use all our YouTube footage, and I hope to be up and running with a live show again. when we were attacked that day, I kind of knew it was happening, and because it was a live show, I couldn't stop it. So we can't even take calls during our live shows. Or at least if I do take a call, I have to go privately on the speaker. I can't really have a open speaker, and that's ridiculous. Well, the elites have been inbred for years, and they just aren't that smart. They're drinking the fluoride too. So when they decided they needed to do this right away, ahead of Agenda 21, because they had planned this for next year, but they did this ahead of time, they didn't realize that the virus they were spraying would be completely worthless. It is crazy. And our government won't even investigate it. But I have proof that they put a live... Yeah, I have proof that they put a live... Sorry. Let's go to aviation here. Let me show you that this is actually a real article. And you say, well, why would they spray us? Well, you tell me. You tell me. The Pentagon confirms that live virus was in the chemtrails themselves. Aviation Daily says news that amuses. Now, we don't know if this is satire or not, but it says Pentagon confirms that coronavirus accidentally got into the chemtrail supply chain. Spraying is suspended. Now, you can claim that's a joke, or you can say it's real. But they definitely had something in the air, and I can tell you, I smelled it. To this day, I still have there's something weird in the air. That's why I still wear air mask when I go out. Bye. Yeah, whatever they're going to do, these sickos want to get rid of the 90% of the population, and they'll turn anybody into some sort of a socialist to do it. They'll hijack the Democratic Party and make everybody into a bunch of nutcases, like Ocasio-Cortez appears to be. She wants to get rid of everybody's rights. She doesn't even understand the Constitution. We don't need more people like her. We need more people that are grounded in the center of the political spectrum and are not willing to hate the Republicans or hate the Democrats. That's the problem. We're dealing with people that are the worst possible people in government. And once we figure out how these people are getting replicated, which probably is the two-party system, we won't be dealing with as many people as we have dealt with in the past. But we're still going to have corruption problems in the country no matter what. And we've got definitely a problem with Biden. He seems to be completely out of touch with reality. The Democrats are not going to be able to pick him as the nominee, even though he claims he's got everything going. They're making a big mistake. They need somebody, the Democrats need somebody like me that could take Donald Trump on head on and confront him as to why he stole the ideas that I came up with. That would give me a tremendous advantage over Trump. Would the American people know that he took my ideas? And every one of you has been watching our show for all these years, have seen him fleece the show of our ideas and then use them. But Biden is just, this behavior with women and kids, that's the least of the problem. The bigger problem is his brain isn't there. He's not capable. He's getting old. You know, they asked Jimmy Carter, what would you be like if you were elected in your 70s? And Jimmy Carter said, I definitely think that it would be improper for me to run if I was over 75. Rosalind and I would have a hard time. He was honest. Oh, I definitely would be better than Joe. And you know, the nice thing about this third party is we can begin opening the dialogue between the left and the right. Obama planned this, Dave. Watch the video posted in Vaughn. Okay. He planned all this. So you think Obama's coming back? I think Obama hit the crack pipe too many times.
There may and likely will come a time in which we have both an airborne disease that is deadly. And in order for us to deal with that effectively, we have to put in place an infrastructure, not just here at home, but globally, that allows us to see it quickly, isolate it quickly, respond to it quickly. So that if and when a new strain of flu, like the Spanish flu, crops up 5 years from now or a decade from now, we've made the investment.
You know, the irony here is that the Spanish flu was spread with a bad vaccine. And this guy, Obama, was behind a whole slew of bad vaccines for the avian flu. Obama, when he was a senator in Illinois, he actually got behind a plan with Jim Talent to create $24 billion worth of support for Big Pharma. And companies like GlaxoSmithKline made tons of money off Obama on bad vaccines that never worked. The very same vaccines that Judy Mikovits has said were contaminated. 28 million of them contaminated with a dangerous cancer-causing virus. So, I don't think he planned this. Barack Obama is like Donald Trump in that he is part of the New World Order. He really is. He didn't plan it. Believe me, he's got handlers way above him that'll handle this stuff. He was just implementing their plan. You see, Donald Trump and Barack Obama have one thing in common. They work for the same mega mob, the cabal, the evil cabal that wants to truly destroy our world and take out 90% of our population. I never did support Joe. Well, when I was younger, I thought he was the best of the Democrats, but that's when I was a Democrat. But I never really supported him. I just chatted in his chat room. I wouldn't get behind Joe for a lot of reasons. He's got a speckled past of lying, just like Donald Trump. Well, it's not that I don't believe in aliens. I just don't believe that they've made an appearance. We've got 6 billion camera phones right now around the world, and not one picture of an alien that's credible. I mean, isn't that a significant problem when they have 6 billion camera phones and not one credible picture of an alien? Yeah, Joe drinks too much alcohol. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just poke that poke. No, I'm just kidding. I don't drink. I don't smoke, but I do vape. I'll have a vape of some THC just to kind of mellow out in the evening. It helps me sleep when I need it. I don't mind admitting that too, because I'm going to be the legalization president. But if I were looking for an alien and I came across a picture of an alien right now, any alien, here an alien, there an alien, everywhere an alien. Old MacDonald had an alien, E-I-E-I-O. I would be more than likely to believe that there are different species of humans. You know, you could say that there is a different species of humans. I mean, look at the skull of some of these people. This is they say this is a species called the Homo capensis that's lived among the Homo sapiens species. I'm more than likely to believe that than the idea of an alien or reptilian. Homo capensis has an incredible desire to make money. They're ostensibly bean counters, and they've circulated throughout history. And
I got a bunch of money too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
Yeah, and they've got all these ridiculously weird people that want power, like these healthcare experts Donald Trump says we can trust. Well, some of these are foreign healthcare experts that are massively, morbidly obese like Trump is. But when these are the healthcare experts in America that we can trust, I run the other way. Yes, it's an Inca skull. Well, I don't know what the skull is. It's just a weird long skull. I do know that there is an evil plan underway by these elitists to use Bill Gates to promote the bagging and tagging of the human race. We have really a very small window to save the world. And unfortunately, that we're right in it now. I would have rather done this 12 years ago. But I'm here now and I'm still able to do it. God willing. And we need to get real here, because these people have a big, deep, dark plan. They've got HR 6666, which is a plan to trace everybody and force us into bondage, putting tags and RFID chips in our body. They've got this thing called luciferase, which is a bioluminescent tracer, which they're claiming they need to inject in us with the vaccine. I mean, this is some crazy stuff, and we've got to stop it. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. All right. Yeah, I don't know. We've got a lot of conspiracy theories out there, and it's beginning to look a lot like they're real. When the conspiracy theories seem more and more real, you begin to wonder. We don't know what this species is. But this woman espouses the New World Order wherever she goes. And as the mayor of Chicago, we lovingly call her Beetlejuice. But there's something wrong in a world where this is the person who elevates to the highest level of her own incompetence. And she claims that she's representing a new world order and new governance. I say this is the darkest, most disturbing moment in American history when this is the kind of person that runs a city as important as Chicago. I don't mind having an obese, morbidly obese president. I really don't. I can relax and not worry about that. Hey, I got to take this call, so I'm going to hook you up with my music and my outro. Thanks for coming in, everybody.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make it